mad online. Parliament's debating while the comment section's losing minds. Protests in the streets tonight, banners in the rain. Tommy grabs the microphone and tries to stay sane. Left side shouting, right side too. Everybody's certain that their headline's true, but somewhere in the noise another page. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where the facts get checked and the jokes get better. From Canada out to the world's wild weather, we talk it out, maybe laugh together. Yeah, the chaos rolls, but we still remember. Keep your cool with Tommy Temper. Convoys rolling, speeches fly, cameras everywhere. Experts argue nightly like it's political warfare. But Tommy pours another coffee, smiles at the scene, says common sense still fits somewhere in between. Trending topics, outrage storm, everyone declaring the new world norm. But reason sneaks, spasm and a folding chair. Welcome to Tommy Temper. News and nonsense mixed together. Serious talk, but light as a feather. Laugh through storms, we can't control forever. When tensions rise, just regroup and center. Tune it in with Tommy Temper. Take a breath, check the source. Debate without going full force. Disagree, but keep it clever. We're all riding this ride together. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where calm survives the loudest pressure. Truth with humor, that's the measure. Making sense of the global theater. News gets wild, but hearts stay gentler. Stay reasonable with Tommy Temper. Remember, folks, if everybody's yelling, somebody's got to bring snacks and logic.
And guess what? The guy with snacks and logic is right here. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. You're watching The Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper. We're coming to you live from Alberta, Canada. Alberta, Canada, that place where it's really snowy out there. Really snowy. It's actually snowing out there right now. Let me just put this behind me here and show you exactly what it looks like here right now. It's just kind of a little bit crazy out here at the moment. Here we go. This is what it looks like outside of my crystal gondola. Here, let me move a different camera in here, give you a little better view. Here you go. Okay, now you can see a little bit better. That's the view outside of my window. It's been snowing here for the last couple of days. It's snowing out there right now. Light snow. Well, actually, it's kind of hard to see. Some light fluff coming down there. It's supposed to be snowing tomorrow. And then we're going to be breaking away into some nice weather up here in Canada. We call it Hawaiian weather, to where the temperature gets a little bit above 0 Celsius. So we're kind of looking forward to that. We're going to have maybe about a week of temperatures above 0, going up to as much as even 12 degrees above 0. So, whoa, it's going to be really, really nice here. Yeah, 75 says ABD in there. Hey, yeah, that's way nicer than it is here. Hey, good to see everyone in the chat there. We see ABD in there. We've got Dash and Grandma, Bob Cox in there. Hey, another Forever War. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Bud Files in there saying, hello, peoples. Good to see you there, Bud Files. And let's see, Sherry is in there. Hey, Sherry. Or Cheryl, rather. Well, Sherry Padgett is in there. Big ups to you there. Nice to see you. And let's see, who else is in there? We got Ryan coming in there from Facebook. Hey, Ryan, give us a share out to a couple of groups there on Facebook if you could. Please, appreciate that. S. Ryan, looking good. Well, like I said, we're located here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, which is the capital. Alberta is that province that wants to split, wants to separate, wants to do its thing, away from Canada. And like, I'm all for it. Like, really, we've been treated so poorly by Canada ever since I was born. That's all I ever heard was people complaining about getting ripped off by the rest of Canada. And it's all come to a head end, And of course, you've got those elbows up liberals that are going, no, please stay in Canada. You're a bunch of terrorists and you're blah, 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 bad guy, bad people, bad. But stay in Canada. You're all bad people, but stay in Canada. Okay. Yeah, right. Well, we'll see what happens. What's DOA up to? I don't know, but I think he's still got his ankle bracelet on, and he's still complaining about going to court. He keeps on prolonging the court, Like, if I had anything to do with court, I would just, get it over with and quit trying to prolong things, because it's like having that cloud over your head. It's like, am I going to go to jail or not? Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's not going to be today. It's going to be 2 more months before I find out if I'm going to go to jail. But yeah, as it turns out, we don't know. I've been kind of vaguely, kind of keeping track of whether or not he's being sentenced or not, but it seems to be just prolonging, which of course it gives, Mexican long hair and those guys, more fuel, to go on with their rants and stuff like that against him. And then of course you've got his leg rider, Sticker Chick, which was like all for him. It's like, oh, well, let's go out and protest in DC, Ant, when you come on over here, and I support you, and you're such a great guy, and whatever. And then Ant throws Sticker Chick under the bus. Oh, that was the most glorious, funny thing ever, because Sticker Chick, she thinks it's her shit doesn't stink, type thing, and she's so smart, Oh yeah, and we all said, Sticker Chick, you're stupid. You're hanging around with the wrong guy. You're supporting the wrong guy. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. And of course, she ends up finding out what he's really all about. And now she's like on the side with crackhead Kenny. So that's pretty funny. Hey, well, anyways, we've got that war going on here. Well, can we call it a war? Well, I called it a war in my title. Some people are going, no, it's just a special operation. Just a special operation in the Middle East, It's not a real war. It's not a real kind of a thing, But yeah, been finding some interesting stuff about this. Let's just call it a war, Call it what it is. It's a small war, put it that way. It's a small one. It doesn't involve the entire world, but it's just like this special interest thing that Russia had going on with Ukraine. It was just a special operation, a 3-day special operation, right? Of course, it's going on 4 years later, and now they're actually losing, and Ukraine is taking more territory back every day here, and Russia is running out of money, and they're looking really, really foolish, And these little skirmish type war things, sometimes they don't turn out all that well, especially when the bad guys can hide out in holes in the mountains and stuff like that, and you don't know where they are. And then they come out and they shoot whatever and then run back and hide in their cave and stuff like that. They have a lot of caves in Iran, apparently. Now, that being said, I'm somewhat of a half-witted expert on the Iranian thing, because I actually traveled to Iran, right? I know Iran. I know it personally. I know Tehran. I know Shiraz and the cities in between on that corridor there. I've been to Paris Police, looked at the ruins, stayed there for a couple of months. So I'm pretty familiar with the people in Iran, and I'm familiar with the country. And, you've got these people that go in the internet and they're like, the Islamic regime is such a good thing, and the people that live there are all Muslim people, and they're all for the Islamic regime, and they love that whole thing. No, they don't. They don't. Iran is not a Muslim country at all. Not at all. It is a Persian country. The people are Persian, right? They they do their own thing with their own religion, and the religion is not Muslim. It's not the Islamic religion. They're not Islamic people. But you had this this thing, and I don't even know how it happened, but you had the Shah of Iran was running the show. Nobody was wearing hijabs or anything like that. There was the odd, person, whatever, that was doing stuff like that. But the whole country was like a Western civilization. And then all of a sudden, this Islamic regime comes along and they take over the whole country and convince everyone to go back 1,000 years and start wearing the hijab and enforcing the Sharia law and stuff like that. And the people didn't like it. The people didn't like it at all. Like where I live here, people came from Iran to Edmonton to go to our local university. So I had a chance to talk to a lot of Iranian people that came over here, and none of the people liked the Iranian regime there at all. They wanted them to be gotten rid of, So seeing Trump come in there and just literally bomb the hell out of them there, well, not the people, but the stuff that they were doing there, the bombs. They're trying to make the nuclear bombs and stuff like that, trying to process the radioactive material and turn it into bombs and come up with stuff like that. And, Israel and the rest of the countries in the Middle East are all really, really offended by what was going on in Iran. So, I guess it had to happen at some point in time. Or if Iran did develop the bomb, then it would be able to say, okay, yeah, now we're going to push this even further. Keep in mind that Iran also was pushing terrorism and had little cells, terrorist cells, located in various countries all over in the Middle East there, and was really pushing terrorism on a lot of the other countries there. That's why you see that a lot of the other countries, wanted the United States to come in with their military, set up shop and whatever, and to kind of protect those countries from the likes of Iran. So it's not the people in Iran. Don't think that the people in Iran are bad. The people in Iran they've been held hostage by this Islamic regime, So what's happening here now is that you see where Trump has come in there and he said, hey, we're going to try and, bomb the Islamic regime, and it's up to the people to kind of take over. But whether or not they'll be able to turf them out of there, I don't know. They did end up on the first day of bombing, offed a whole bunch of people in the upper end of the government. They were apparently having some kind of a meeting. So they hit them at an opportune time while their parliament was having a meeting. So they offed a whole bunch of them, including the leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini, who's him and some of his family members were taken out in the first day of bombing. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I think that they're in the stages of picking a new leader. And whether or not that was interrupted, I don't know. That just was happening there just today. And it's like you have to be careful with what you say, because everything is like all over the board. There's lots of false information out there. There's lots of true information. There's lots of clips out there that are artificial intelligence and stuff like that. That's why the stuff that we're going to look at here today is going to be stuff that's on the internet. And I would assume that some of it is false information, misinformation, whatever. So just remember that everything that I'm saying and talking about here today is just all innuendos. It's, like it might be, it might not be. I don't know for sure. And of course, as time goes on, then we find out that what we looked at yesterday was fake, whatever. Like, for example, some of the stuff that's being put out by the Iranian regime is like fake. Like there's one video that I looked at where it's a missile going across a bunch of boats, whatever, and ending up hitting some kind of a boat. And it turns out that video is not only AI, but it's a video game taken from a video game. So and the Islamic regime is putting it out as if, yeah, we're hitting boats and stuff like that, like American military boats. So there's lots of fake stuff going on out there. It's ridiculous. And like I guess half of what you see out there, can you really believe? I don't know. But yeah, that's the way it goes. Let's see who else is in the chat there as the stream goes on here. Again, we've got Dash and Grandma in there. Big ups. Sherry's in there. Mater97 popping in there. Hey, good to see you. Mater, we got Sky Spy in there. Big ups. Nice to see you. Mega is in there. Mega 2028. Ooh, you're thinking for the big one. Edward Cam is in there. Yeah. IRGC. Well, that's the Iranian. That's who's running Iran. IRGC. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I got it misspelled there. Brenda's in there. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you. Nice to see you. And let's see who else is in here. Just kind of going back in the chat here to see what's going on here for a moment. Yes, Edward, you have my attention. You have my attention. My attention is very... yeah, we got Barbara in here. Hey, Barbara. Nice to see you. Good to see D. D is in there. Let's see who else. Well, again, the chef is in there. ABD, my queen. Looking good. Looking good. We got Cash in there. Hey, Cash. Nice to see you. America First, says Edward in there. We got Kathy Schwartz in there. Hey, Kathy. Good to see you. Tommy, what your little banner says to check out your Amazon store. I checked it out. And I have questions. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't, you know what? I put that up there and I really haven't worked hard on putting items in that Amazon store. But you can go to the Amazon store there. Yeah. If you look in my, whatever description of my stream, then you'll see a link to my Amazon store. I just set it up. And the whole idea there is that I'm putting items in there and stuff. And if you do buy something from that store, then, I probably get a couple of cents commission or something like that off of it. That's really all it's about. But as I buy more stuff from Amazon, then I'll be putting things in there that I like or I think is, worthwhile buying from Amazon. That's what it's all about. Okay. Hopefully that gives you a good idea on that. Okay, let me see here. Let me put this one up here. So, with my talking about what's going on in in Iran, this is the thing that I just came up with, which says, I am not Muslim, I am Persian. So that's what the people in Iran actually think. So, again, how can it be that you've got a very few people in the country that are Muslim, and this, operation and the Ayatollah and that whole thing has basically taken over the whole country and has forced everyone in the country to, abide by the Muslim religion and that whole thing. But yet the people that are there don't want that. So that's kind of interesting that has actually happened. And I think that it's actually terrible. You don't want that. But, for that reason, I think we have to be careful over here in North America, don't we? Where you have a whole bunch of Muslim people moving in. And, how many times have you actually heard them say we really want to take over the whole world. We want the whole world to be Muslim, and we will bring in our Sharia law, and we will make sure that all the women wear hijabs. And guys, you're lucky. You're going to be able to beat your woman if she doesn't listen to you, and all kind of stuff like that. And you'll be able to marry very young children, and, on and on and on and on it goes. And do we really want that? No, we don't. I don't want that. And they don't want that in Iran either. I think Donald Trump doesn't want that in the States. And but up here in Canada and then the UK and France and places like that, we're like, come on in, come on, bring your brother, bring your sister, bring your mother, bring your grandfather, whatever. Just come on in, bring in the whole family and just multiply like frickin' rabbits and take us over and pretty soon we'll all be learning the Quran. But no, I don't think that's a good idea. And you know what? Eventually, the governments of the world, like especially in Canada, in the UK, France, places like that, where they come in with these hate speech laws, where they go, "Oh, you cannot even talk about that, or else we're going to throw you in jail," right? And that's exactly what's going to happen. Is that I won't be able to even, if these couple of bills that we have in Parliament right now in Canada, if those are passed, then I won't even be able to talk about this like I'm talking about it here right now. So thank goodness that I'm still able to actually speak about these things. It's not a good situation. Let's see. The first story here. We have the Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, is trying to spin Canada's relationships with Iran's Islamic regime. She says, we called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity, and that's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. It was the conservative government who broke diplomatic relationships with Iran's regime. The Liberals didn't want to designate the IRGC a terrorist group until 2024. And after massive amounts of political pressure, just like they are trying to avoid designating the Muslim Brotherhood right now, the Liberals still letting IRGC and regime operatives safely live in Canada and money launder. Keep in mind, there's a lot of IRGC operatives safely living in Canada. Did you know that? That's where they all came. When there was word of this war starting, or that something was bad was going to happen, a lot of them fled Iran and are now living in Canada. So you've got people that I would deem as being not great people living in Canada here now. And that's why the United States is so afraid that there are a lot of terrorists being allowed to live in Canada, which is true, absolutely true. And the government in Canada is not doing a damn thing about it. They're just allowing them in. They're going, come on in. What? It's being too tough to live in Iran? Come on over and live in Canada. We'll give you a place to live. In fact, we'll even consider you as a refugee too, and give you, maybe $3,000 a month, and maybe a free hotel room and whatever until you can get yourself on your feet. Be a great time. They barely even said a word on the Islamic regime slaughtering tens of thousands of its citizens. So, yeah, it's not a good situation out there. Not good at all. It is terrible. Let's listen to the story here. Hang on. This is, again, from the Canadian government. This is our spokesman, not the brightest person in the world. Let's go.
On Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. On Iran.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, tell us another story. Oh, there was a couple of guys that I like watching. They come out of, I don't know where they're actually located right now, but they have this show called The China Show, okay? And it's actually pretty funny. I like watching them. They're pretty funny guys at the best of times there. Just let me make this a little more visible here. Oops, I'm just pushing stuff all over the place here. And they were I was watching them doing their podcast there today. And let's see here. Let me just bring this down a little bit smaller. Get it all in here. Here we go. Okay. This looks pretty good. Okay. Anyways, they were talking a little bit about, and I'm not going to play their whole show here, but they were talking about China and how China has been basically supplying to Iran some of their equipment, okay? And one of their pieces of equipment, for example, is the so-called 700-kilometer anti-stealth radar, which is capable of tracking F-35s and B-2s. And apparently they sent this radar over to Venezuela, and it failed miserably. And they supplied a bunch of these units to Iran, which, of course, it's not working very well in Iran either. So, yeah, that's one of the things from China, because what these guys do is they run this show called The China Show. Easy to find, called The China Show. You got to actually watch them. So I highly recommend you do a search for The China Show, and you subscribe to them on YouTube, because they're really worthwhile to watch them, because they always are talking about some interesting stuff. But anyways, they're talking about the inferior equipment that they are actually sending to Iran, and also to Venezuela, and to probably the Russians as well. And the stuff is crap. It doesn't work very well either. The other thing that they're sending over is this piece of equipment called the HQ-9B, which is to shoot missiles out of the air, and it apparently is garbage. It doesn't work all that well. But China said that with this piece of equipment here, you'll be safe, and within a half an hour, you'll be able to blow up Israel, because this will protect you. And apparently, the Americans shot up 2 of these things, and so far these things haven't stopped any missiles at all. So the HQ-9B is another failure from China there, being supplied to Iran. So yeah, that's funny to see that. And this is actually, I think that it's being a copy from something made in Russia or something like that. And of course, everything that China does is a copy, or even Russia too. Hey, both China and Russia, all they do is they copy the Americans, right? Whatever the Americans have done, they copy it. But of course, they've always got inferior copies of the American products. And I think the one on the right is the Russian version, and then the one on the left is the new and improved white-walled, tired Chinese version. And it supposedly shoots things out of the air or whatever. And apparently they don't work all that well. So go figure. But don't worry, because they're actually coming up with different things or different uses for some of the products. So, for example, the radar unit that's made in China for Iran is also being repurposed, because if it didn't work properly as radar, well, you can always use it to hang out your laundry. You know, that's one of the things that it might be useful for. So check that out. So yeah, we've got all kind of stuff like this coming out now. Different kind of memes. Again, this stuff may not be real. What I'm showing you here may or may not be real. Some of the videos and pictures may be artificial intelligence, you know. But just saying that the Chinese radar is also dual purpose, and its number 2 purpose might even be better than its number 1 purpose. Just saying. Can't make this stuff up. Okay. Oh, hang on. Here's China's air defense system here, and of course you can see there's China, real happy that they sold the stuff to Iran, but then there's old Khomeini, and the air defense system didn't work all that well. the Chinese products there failed a little bit, and meanwhile the Americans bombed the hell out of him there, and he is now in La La Land. He is now chasing a whole bunch of virgins as we speak, up in the air somewhere. Go figure. Anyways, you got to check these guys out. These guys are pretty funny with a lot of their stuff. And oh yeah, what's this? Here's another one here where you might be seeing or hearing about this guy here, but anti-U.S. protesters are funded by this guy. He's a pro-China tycoon. He's a tycoon, and he mobilized and whatever and started feeding some money out there, and now all the propaganda is starting, and you'll see it on the internet, on X and stuff like that. Anyways, if you see some anti-American stuff out there, it could very well be funded by this guy here from China, a pro-China tycoon. So just keep in mind that there's stuff like that going on out there, and these guys are the ones that are funding that kind of stuff. It's crazy, but it is true. Absolutely true. Let's see. Oh, yeah. And remember that if you see those flags that look like they're Palestinian flags, well, they're actually against the United States. Okay, they're against Israel. Keep that in mind. And they are pro-Iran. Okay, the Palestinians. So know what side of the this war that you're on here with whoever you're supporting out there. So if you're a Palestinian supporter, you're actually anti-American, anti-Israel, and pro-Iran. So, watch it when you see people flying these flags and doing stuff like that and protesting all around the country. Know what side that they're actually on. Because there's one side or the other. Absolutely. Let's see. And let's hear from this Iranian who lives in Tehran. This is a little story here that is worthwhile listening to. Let's listen to her story about what she has to say with this whole situation going on here. Cue it up. Let's go. Get this show on the road.
I am an Iranian who lives in Tehran, and I can hear the sound of bombing outside. In case I'm dead tomorrow, I just want you to remember this. Please, shut the fuck up and don't use me against America or Israel to try and convince them to stop. We ask for this. We want this attack. And I know that you don't want to listen to us. You don't want to listen, but I'm going to give you the shorter version of why we want this. The reason is we had one option, to go and protest this bloody regime, and we did, and they killed 40,000 of us in 2 days. This is the last option we have. We asked for the help, and the help is here. And I know I might die, and I don't care, because I'm willing to sacrifice my life for Iran. And you, just shut the fuck up and don't use me to attack anyone or try to stop this. We want this. You don't understand. You're not in our shoes, so shut the fuck up. That was a message from one of our Iranian sisters, and she asked me to share this with you. So shut the fuck up. Yeah, if you don't want to support us, just shut the fuck up.
There you go. So there's a typical message from an Iranian person. So don't think that that the United States is the bad guy in this whole thing. The bad guy is the Islamic regime. That's who the bad guy is, that took over Iran and is basically has forced the people of the country into submission. And now they have a chance to come back out again. How they can actually do it, I don't know. I know that the United States has bombed, various installations and stuff like that. But the regime, controls the military, and the military have guns. And the average person out there on the street doesn't have anything. Like she says, literally tens of thousands of people have been eliminated in the last little while, right? When you heard the protests starting in Iran, right? Well, they just literally gunned down people in the streets. It was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. She said 40,000. I've heard a number of 50,000. So a lot of people have been eliminated, and it's not a happy situation there at all. So, you know, if you don't like the fact that the United States has gone in and, you know, started this to try and eliminate the Islamic regime, well, then shut the fuck up, like she says, right? Just stay out of it. You know, if you don't have anything good to say, then don't say it at all. That's unbelievable. You know, like this here is a good one here too, where you know, talking about what it's like in Iran and how it's changed. This is what the national dress is in Iran. It's not the hijab and stuff like that. You know, like this is not our traditional dress, right? Look at this. Okay, this is not the way they look. This is the way they should look right here. Not like this. Okay? Like this. Not like this. Like this. Not like this. Like this. You see the difference? You understand what's going on over there? You understand why? And the people are being oppressed for, I don't know how many years it's been here now. Could it be 40 years that they've been under the Islamic regime? 40 years they've been oppressed and forced to wear stuff like that. And like they've had enough already, and they want change. And luckily, the United States and Israel have come in there. Now, of course, I don't know if you know, the United States and Israel are actually doing this to, you know, make it better for the people in Iran, as maybe they're doing it more so to have a better place for Israel, right? Because there's a lot of bombing. Like, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens in the Middle East there, where you've got people going into Israel. You got people with bombs doing stuff. You've got the Hezbollah and whatever continuously fighting with Iran. And you got a lot of that stemming from Iran and from that regime in Iran. So, you know, I know that Israel just plain doesn't like that and doesn't want them to have the nuclear bomb. So, you know, like that's probably the primary reason that the United States and Israel are warring with Iran, and not so much to save the people from the Islamic regime. But that's kind of part and parcel of it, is that when that happens, then hopefully the regime will be completely gone from Iran, and then you'll probably have little terror cells, you know, around the Middle East there that will have to be dealt with. But at least you don't have an entire country and all the resources of a particular country funding, you know, terrorism and stuff like that in the Middle East. So, yeah, there you go. Daisy, good to see you in there. Tyson Hook in there. Hey, good to see more people in the chat there. Good to see everyone. Yeah, we're just going over some of the stuff happening in Iran, and it's interesting. It's you know, look at what's happening here. The Straits of Hormuz have been basically cut right off, because now you have Iran attacking ships with oil, right? That are, and a lot of the world's oil flows through that strait, coming in from Kuwait, you know, and all the Arab countries in that area there. So now you have shipping, and the world's oil supply is basically strangulated by Iran. You've got Iran bombing different entities, you know, like military bases. There were actually 4 Americans killed, and 19 injured. The 4 were killed on a base all at the same time. And you had a couple of F-15s, I think, shot down. And but those people survived. I think there was one person injured, a pilot injured, and the other ones are okay. But we had that happen. 18 injured, and actually it was six killed in Kuwait at a military base, and 18 Americans have been injured so far in this war. And as Trump has said, probably more people will be killed or injured. So that's just a part and parcel of war, and nobody likes to see anything like that happen. So let's hope that is kept to an absolute minimum. Let's listen to this story here. Israel has entered a stage of this war where they simply kill all the senior mullahs before they can even manage to select one to lead them. They're talking about Ayatollah. And I heard that story that there was somebody, some other Ayatollah or Ayatollah wannabe that was killed before they even had a chance to do anything about it. Let's listen to this story here about that and get a little more up to date with that whole story here. Hang on a second. We'll just cue this up here. Cue up. This is coming to us from Fox. So let's listen to this story here. Fox News.
On the ground just outside of Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, Bill, Dana, good morning. I do want to just start with some breaking news here before I show you the scene of one of these cluster munition impacts just outside of Tel Aviv. But I'm told by a senior Israeli official that the Israelis just struck the Supreme Council gathering where the Iranians were meeting to choose a new supreme leader. This is a significant development and again speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. They just targeted the meeting in Tehran where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. The Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel. Right now we are in the community of Bnei Brak. It's a religious community outside of Tel Aviv. And you can see where the police and first responders say part of a cluster munition that was attached to the warhead of a ballistic missile slammed into this apartment block. 7 people were wounded, 1 woman moderately. And I want to just show you the scene here in Bnei Brak. You can see the amount of destruction behind me. There is debris and rubble all over this community. And again, police and first responders say it's a miracle that no one was killed. People were home at the time, and this entire area is filled with children because the Israelis are celebrating the holiday of Purim. And so just a remarkable scene here. You can see that all of these kids are dressed up for Purim. This is considered one of the most joyful holidays in Judaism. It commemorates the events of the Book of Esther, and it is when the Jews of ancient Persia were saved by a plot to destroy them. And so this is a holiday here where people dress up in costumes and they celebrate, and this whole neighborhood is filled with families and children, and thankfully none of them were seriously injured or killed by this missile attack. But this came, as you saw live on Fox, in a large barrage launched from the Iranian regime. And one of those cluster munitions exploded, and there is damage not just to this building, but this entire area because it rained down on the civilian population below. Bill, Dana?
Trey Yings, thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again this hour. Bill?
Dana, there is an awful lot to go over based on what Trey is just reporting there. This assembly of clerics is...
Okay. So, yeah, it's not looking good. You know, like you're getting some blowback there. Some of the missiles from Iran are getting through to Israel, and they're getting through to other countries in the Middle East. And as a matter of fact, it appears like Iran is specifically hitting back at places like hotels in the region. You know, at big, beautiful hotels, Dubai, places like that, to try and intimidate the tourists and get the tourists to all leave and to hurt. So they're trying to hurt the tourists, right? So that the countries can't make money off of tourism. They are doing their thing with the oil tankers. They're hitting back at oil tankers and saying, hey, if you guys have any oil tankers sailing through the Straits of Hormuz, that we're going to blast them. So you've got, people that are running the tankers not able to get insurance. So they're just going, no, we're not going through there. And you've got the price of oil that has basically bumped up. I don't know right at the moment where the price of oil is, but I do know that here in Edmonton, where we actually refine our own oil right from the oil sands and all the oil wells all around here, we have about 4 refineries in the city here, and the price of oil went up today. It was probably about $1.06, or 14, or no, it's just over $1.10, let's say, and it's gone up like about 20 cents a liter here just today. Is the very latest. Costco was the cheapest gas in town here. My wife went there today, and she said it was $1.14 at Costco. So I think it was $1.24 or something at a regular gas station here today. So it's gone up probably about 20 cents here just overnight. So you're probably seeing that where you live too, that the price of oil is shot up because of the lack of supply, even though that oil has nothing to do with our oil here in Edmonton where I live. We don't get any of our oil from the Middle East whatsoever. But, it's like the price of oil just, boom, bounced up. And they didn't even refill the tanks at the gas station to put in new high-priced oil. The guys at the gas stations, they just jack the price like overnight. Stuff like this happens. So that's where we're at here right now. So, yeah, it depends where you're at and how proactive those gas station operators are and what the supply and demand is like as to whether or not you see stuff like that happening. But, yeah, look for that to happen. Absolutely. It will happen. Now, part of the reason that the Americans are so successful with the operations there in the Middle East is because the planes that Iran is using, they're not all that great. Put it that way. They're not all that great. Some of the technology is a little bit inferior. They're using Russian MiGs and stuff like that, and yeah, sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. I don't know. I shouldn't have put that on there. I should know better than that. This is a professional program, by the way. Everything's professional here. There's nothing here that is faked or whatever. It's all real. It's all real. There's no AI involved whatsoever. But anyways, let's see if we can dig up some stuff here. Okay. Here we have this story here. There you have the people in Iran. I hope their 72 virgins look like Rosie O'Donnell. But these guys are actually checking out those 72 virgins right now as we speak. The October 7th massacre will go down as the most catastrophic miscalculation in modern military history. Every senior leader of the Axis of Resistance is dead. Hamas, Hezbollah, Irgc, Houthis, and now Khomeini himself. Yeah. That's good. That's kind of nice. Nice to see that. Nice to see that they're no longer with us. We don't have to worry about them. There you go. Let's listen to this story here. I don't know how good this is or bad or whatever, but let's listen to this little story here. Might be worthwhile listening to. I don't know.
ارتش وفاداری به آرمان‌های مقدس مردمی و دفاع از کشور و ملت ایران است. جنگ کنونی ایران و آمریکا جنگی علیه کشور و ملت ایران نیست. این جنگ بر علیه رژیم خونخوار و جنایتکار جمهوری اسلامی است که در تظاهرات دی ماه 1404 هزار فرزند ایران را به خاک خون کشیدند. ما سربازان ارتش ملی ایران به جنبش و انقلاب ملی پیوسته و از تمامی اقشار ملی درخواست داریم به این جنبش آزادی ملحق شوند. خاکم خاک ایران، جانم فدای ایران.
Oh, so that's a little thing from
ارتش وفاداری به آرمان‌های مقدس مردمی و دفاع از کشور و ملت ایران است.
Okay, let's see. Unlike the Irgc, the lower ranks of Iran's regular army, the Artesh are made up of regular Iranians. So that was from somebody in the regular army of Iran, and he's not with the Irgc. Let's see. What else? Gunfire damages a North York synagogue in late night attack. So we got some stuff like that happening at a Canadian synagogue. So keep in mind that you're going to see retaliations by some of the people that are pro-regime against Israeli entities in both the United States and Canada. So this is happening here in Canada, where gunfire damages a North York, that's in Ontario, synagogue in a late night attack. So stuff like that is starting to happen. Let's see. Yeah, we're not sure who this woman is, but she definitely kills it. So let's listen to her little blurb here. Oh, hang on here. What's going on? Oh, we got someone popping into my front door here.
All right, guys, if you are a lifelong Democrat and you're asking yourself, what the hell happened to my party? I just want you to know that you are not alone. The Democratic Party has rooted its entire identity on one thing, being anti-Trump. They have no other identity, and this has now led them to being pro-IRGC. And you know, it's interesting to see how this war with Iran has finally brought so many lifelong Democrats to their moment of reckoning, because this moment is really a perfect storm that exposes every single one of their fraudulent positions at once. And you find yourself asking, well, what if I support the destruction of a murderous terrorist regime that wants to destroy America? How do I reconcile my support for that with my party's stance? You see, for years, the hypocrisy inside the Democratic Party was much easier to hide. They could talk a big game about human rights, about democracy, in the abstract. But in this current moment with Iran, well, it makes it impossible for them to hide what they have become. First, you have the pro-democracy lie, because we have the Iranian people who are literally in the streets, getting shot, getting killed, fighting for secular democratic freedom that we Americans claim to treasure. And these heroic Iranians have been sacrificing their lives to overthrow a regime that has been murdering and oppressing them since 1979. They are the perfect embodiment of a pro-democracy movement. And the left's response to this? Silence. That is until the US finally attacks. And then they speak up. But when they speak up against the very attack that's goal is to restore democracy, human rights, women's rights, freedom. Again, we are talking about a regime that kills Americans, that wants to destroy the West, that has tentacles in every part of the world, promoting terror in the name of radical Islam. And the Democratic Party is against removing them from power. Yeah. So people are finally starting to see through the BS. But what's happening inside the party goes even deeper. You see, the Democratic Party, they couldn't rally behind the Iranian people because their whole worldview, their whole ideology is largely built on a binary construct of oppressor versus oppressed. And they've somehow categorized the brutal terrorist regime, the IRGC, as oppressed because they are anti-American. Now, this is a level of moral sickness that is so depraved. They have actually convinced themselves that America is the oppressor of the world, and so anyone against us is a victim, even when they are murderous terrorists. It is a real illness, and I'm going to prove it to you in real time. You see, because the moment when the US attacked the IRGC, the Democratic Party had a choice. They could either side with America and the freedoms and the values that this country was built on, while simultaneously siding with the Iranian people who want these actual oppressors, murderers,
or side with the
gone.
Palestinians.
Or they could side with their one true guiding principle, which is whatever Trump does is bad. And they did what they always do. They went up against Trump, though this time that meant siding with the largest exporter of terrorism in the world. And that's when it clicked for people that the party stance, it's not about freedom. It's not about democracy. It's not about national security. It's not about human rights. Because this moment made it impossible not to see that the Democratic Party arrived at their stance on the war with Iran through the one principle that they currently hold, which is political opposition. They would rather defend the strategic interests of a terrorist state than support Donald Trump for weakening them. The hollowness of what the party has become has been revealed, because when your entire ideology collapses into being against one person, then you really have no ideology. You have nothing. And the war with Iran has proved in real time that the Democratic Party has completely unraveled. It is not about what is right and what is wrong or what is best for America or the world. It is only about being against Trump. And when you see that truth laid bare, whether or not you like Trump, you cannot unsee it. So to my friends out there who are feeling politically homeless today, I just want you to know that you did not abandon the Democratic Party. They abandoned you.
Ah. Very astute. Very astute. She's got it right there in a nutshell. I'm watching that from up here in Canada. I'm seeing what's going on. Did you see Trump's speech in the House, where you had half of the people sitting there were Republican and the other half were Democrat, and he was talking about, giving, everyone stand up for this child that was unfairly, looked after or abused or whatever. And the Democrats were all sitting there. They wouldn't even rise out of their chairs. They're so against Trump and everything that he does that they can't even get off of their asses to congratulate somebody that is there to be congratulated. It's just unbelievable. So it doesn't surprise me that they're like totally against Trump, and that what are they, for the Islamic regime? And is that what the Democrats are all about? If there's any Democrats in there in the chat here, I don't know. There usually aren't any because they get abused a little bit. But are you guys for the Islamic regime? You think that that's a great thing? They're doing a good job in the Middle East? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, let's go on. Oh, let's hear from Starmer. This is, if you don't know who he is, he's the ruler of the UK, Keir Starmer, and this is what he has to say about the whole thing. Let's bring this clip in here, and we'll listen to him. Now, keep in mind, I think they have an entity located in Cyprus. They have an air base in Cyprus, the UK, and they have been attacked by Iran. How many different countries has Iran attacked? Probably about 8 different countries, maybe more. What's the number up to here now? I don't know. I thought it was at least 8, but one of them was Cyprus. So is the UK going to get involved in this whole thing? I don't know, but there's a possibility that it might be happening. Let's listen to what Keir Starmer has to say.
No civilian should be on the front line of conflict. No civilian. Now, of course, the war in the Middle East did not begin last week. We've seen far too many innocent lives lost, women and children among them. In Gaza, most of all, we must not lose sight of them and the need for peace, justice, and security in Palestine and Israel. But on Iran, I want to make clear The UK was not involved in the offensive strikes of the US.
Oh, he's actually pandering to the Muslim vote is what he's up to here. He's going, no, we had nothing to do with this. This is all the Israelis and the Americans, okay? And we want nothing to do with this because we want the Muslim vote.
Israel. And that remains the case. As many of you will know, I never supported the Iraq.
The only ones clapping are the Muslims in the audience.
I'm determined that we learn and follow the lessons today. However, Iran has attacked countries like us, who played no role, and many countries across the Middle East. They have made no distinction. The attacks are indiscriminate. And so what we're now doing is allowing our bases to be used for the defensive purposes of preventing those attacks and protecting innocent lives. Because that is what we need to do to support our Middle Eastern allies who have asked us for support. And that is how we protect British civilians caught in the crossfires.
No, I'm not giving Cam a wrench. What do you think? I'm crazy? Like, first thing that Cam said when he came in here is, what's IRGC? Come on, if you don't know by now, go out and Google it, okay? Don't ask me. But the IRGC, that's the entity that is running Iran and that needs to be gotten rid of, basically. Just to tell you. Okay. Oh, let's listen to this story here. This is not good. This is another story popping in here. This is IRGC terror proxies are shooting up a synagogue and pro-Iranian freedom boxing gym in Toronto. That's right. This one here happened. I think it was yesterday. Well, it was after when the war first started out. The very next day, this is what happened. And what it is that you've got these guys in Canada that are pro-Iranian and go out protesting and stuff like that on the streets. And they're actually pretty good people. They don't cause any trouble. They don't say they're going to burn the Canadian flag or anything like that. But anyways, this guy owns a gym, and his gym got shot up by the pro-Iranian, actually by the IRGC terror proxies is what they're calling them now. Then they exist in Canada. So holy smokes, everyone has to be watching out now, even myself.
یه سری تروریست حمله کردن به باشگاه ما و شروع کردن به تیراندازی 17 تا تیر جنگی زدن کل این پیاما من گرفتم.
They shot out his front window in his gym. Look at that. I think there were like 19 bullet holes or something.
اینجا صدای مردم باشیم و جای گلوله‌هاشون رو می‌بینید دیگه.
Look at that.
و این باشگاه از موقعی که تازه باز کردیم مقر این فعالیت‌های ما بود در تورنتو. اما واقعیتش اینه که
And there he has a picture of the original Shah of Iran that was in before the Islamic regime got in.
زندم می‌بینین که این 17 بار نشون داده که 17 بار ترسیدن 17 بار به اون نهایتش رسیدن. میبینین که پایگاه سپاه رو توی ایران دارن شخ میزنن و اینا از ترسشون این کار کردن. فرقی نمیکنه تو طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی باشی.
Okay, Edward Cam, we need you to translate.
وطن پرستم که آرزومه در
Khoda Hafez by Iranian friends. Oh man, that's sad. That's in Canada. That's happening in Canada. I don't know if you guys are having stuff like that happening in the States, but up here in Canada, we've got the Islamic regime over here that's shooting up gyms and stuff like that in places where people are protesting and that they're for the people in Iran. So, yeah, that's not too good. Not good at all. Not good. let's check out this one here. We're just checking out various stories and stuff that we're picking up here.
Ambassador, what would you say about the school that was eat? You posted this picture here, but do you have any comment about the school that was hit during the U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran?
So I have seen different reports. Some reports show that it was actually Irgc attack that targeted this school. I don't have the exact information, but I will tell you that we regret the loss of life of any civilian, and we pray for the people of Iran, but we have the intelligence, and we target military assets. That's what we do. The Iranians, they do exactly the opposite. Thank you.
Ambassador, what would you...
Okay. So they think that there was that, this is what the story is that apparently there was a school with school children in it. And, the story is it's in Iran, and school children died. And they're saying that it was American or Israeli bombs that caused it. But now people are saying that, no, it was actually the Islamic Irgc that actually caused that. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's a very good possibility that is it. I don't know. Again, it happened. One thing I do know is that the Iranian Irgc are actually doing some of their work in schools. So in other words, they're using children as cover to make sure that they don't get bombed. And the White House is calling this Operation Epic Fury, is what the code name is for the actual operation. And there is this particular paper out that itemizes what the special military operation is all about. So you can read about that on the internet if you want to. But you can see that this is the actual document from the White House about Operation Epic Fury. Go figure. It's craziness out there. Okay, so 88 religious leaders convene to elect the new Ayatollah in Iran. And I think this is the building. I'm not sure about that, but oh, actually, there's not much there. Let's bring in this this bit here. Okay, we'll bring you this bit here. Get some more info on what's going on here.
Iran targeted these Arab countries. They didn't plead for peace. They didn't ask Donald Trump to stop. They asked Donald Trump for targeting information so they could join in the strikes in Iran. That's what a real coalition looks like. We're all now fighting together to try to finally eliminate the threat that a revolutionary Iran poses to the United States, to our Arab friends, and to Israel.
And I think the Chancellor...
Iran targeted these Arab countries. They didn't plead for peace. They didn't ask Donald Trump to stop. They asked Donald Trump for targeting information so they could join in the strikes in Iran. That's what a real...
Okay, this is Tom Cotton, and he just said that Arab nations are not begging for peace. They're asking President Trump for targeting info so they can join in the fight. So that's other Arab nations in the area there. Should actually take a look here. Let me bring up a Google map here, and we'll take a little bit of a look as to what the whole thing looks like there. Stand by on that one here. Just let me get rid of this thing. We need like a better map in here. Hang on. Get those layers off of there. Okay, that's better. Okay, this map here gives you a little better idea of what's going on. And I'll just move things around here so that we can see it. Okay, so you've got Iran right here. There's Tehran up in the north part of Iran. Now, I actually traveled to Iran. I went across this area here from Turkey over into Tehran and then down to, and you can't see it on this map here. I'd have to zoom it open here a little bit here to where it shows. There we go. There it is here. From Tehran down to Shiraz. There you can see Shiraz in the southern part of, and that's where I stayed. I stayed for a couple of months in Shiraz down here. But you can see to where you've got the Straits of Hormuz, which is this area right in here, where you've got a little really narrow area, and this is where all the ships come in here to get the fuel, the oil, right? And they get the oil from Kuwait here, from Bahrain, which is this area here, from Qatar, United Arab Emirates. This is where they, all these ships fuel up. This is all oil-rich area in here. Ridaya is where the American base is, where, no, not the base. This is where the embassy is. The embassy was hit in Saudi Arabia, in Ridaya. That's where it's located there. So right now you've got a bunch of ships in this area here that are sitting, not wanting to pass through this little area here. And you've got ships also in this area here waiting to go through here. And nothing is moving because Iran, which is located right in here, has got missiles and that all aimed at any of these ships that might be going through here. And they've said, look, you try and bring your ship through here and we're just going to blast you. So that's what's going on at that location there. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Okay, so that gives you a better look at the whole area here. And there's India. India needs oil from there. So India is being cut off. Probably some of that oil is going maybe to Russia. I don't know if it's going to Russia. Russia has its own oil, but they're being bombed so badly by Ukraine that they're a lot of their oil is cut off, but they still have enough for their own use, though. But you've got a lot of the world's oil supply that basically comes from this area right here and right through that strait. That strait is so important, and that strait is cut off by the country of Iran. And on top of that, you've got the right in here where you have Dubai, and you probably are familiar with Dubai because you've heard a lot about those buildings and stuff like that in there, right in Dubai. There you can see, all that's what you hear about all the time. Is all those big high rises and, interesting buildings, fireworks and stuff like that. And in around Dubai is where you have some of these things that extend out onto the water, such as this right here, these palm housing complexes here. That looks like a palm tree here. And let's see. Yeah. And there's actually two of these here. You got that one there, and you've got another one here where it looks like a palm tree, but it's actually a man-made island with houses on it, and where you can put your boat on it and stuff like that. So it's a pretty big tourist destination, especially with all the high-rise and stuff like that. But where you have Iran has already come in here and bombed one of the high-rises in here and scared the hell out of all the tourists. So they're all wanting to get the hell out of there. And I even listened to one, it was a phone call from one of the rich guys that lives in this area here, begging somebody that had transportation services to get him a boat and get him out of there. And the guy is saying, no, you don't want a boat because they're attacking boats that are going through here. So he said, what you need to do is I'll send a car over to you and get your car over to some kind of an airport that's far away from where all the action is, and then get you on a plane out of that area there. But people are just scurrying out of there like crazy. They don't want to have anything to do with that war that's going on there right now. So keep that in mind, that it's not a good situation in any of those countries there. And apparently at least eight different countries have been bombed by drones or missiles or what have you coming from Iran, because Iran, I think, wants to basically implicate or cause trouble for any of the countries that have bases or helping out the Americans to fight the war. So yeah, that's part of the problem there. Part of the problem is that everyone is getting involved in the whole thing, you know, whether they like it or not. Let's bring in this story here. Another Fox News report.
So how did the U.S. do it? How did we strike at the very top of a closed regime deep inside Iran? Well, the CIA had been tracking Ayatollah Khamenei for months, mapping his movements, his security, his inner circle. Intel picked up on a high-level meeting, top regime leaders, all in one place. That's when the strike was greenlit. And now the bigger question. What?
Oh, to check that flag out. You see that flag that you see right there? When you see the Iranian flag and you see that symbol on it, which is kind of a red symbol with some whatever brackets on it, it almost looks like, that is the regime's flag. Okay. And then when you see a different flag where it looks like a picture of a golden lion on it, that is the original Iranian flag, that they want that flag back in use again. So that's where you'll see the people demonstrating in Toronto or New York or whatever, Los Angeles. They will have the flag with the golden lion on it. But this one here is the regime's flag.
What comes next? Right now, Israel is carrying out more strikes in Tehran. They are also right now striking Hezbollah targets across Lebanon. The IDF says Hezbollah is operating.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, is that now you've got Hezbollah, which is the people that are, pretty much pushing the Palestinian thing over in Lebanon, which is the country directly to the, which direction does it be? I guess to the north of Israel, where they are fighting out of there directly at Israel. So now you've got two kind of wars happening. One of them is the Hezbollah in Lebanon fighting Israel, and you've got the Iranians fighting Israel. So they're getting it from a couple of different angles there, which is not good.
On behalf of the Iranian regime, but Iran is also hitting back.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Today is like another day with this whole thing going on here. A lot of things happen on a daily basis, and it's kind of hard to say what...
Oh my God, Jesus, that's huge. Oh my God. וואי וואי. אלוהים תחזורי! אלוהים! מה קרה? כל הדבר התפוצץ! תסגרי את החלון, אני לא מאמין.
Please, stop this. We've already lost. You won. Please, just stop. Leave me alone. Israel is the only country we have.
מה זה, ישן שם בנמל תל אביב? וואי וואי. אלוהים תחזורי! אלוהים! מה קרה? כל הדבר התפוצץ! תסגרי את החלון, אני לא מאמין.
Please, stop this. We've already lost. You won. Please, just stop. Leave me alone. Israel is the only country we have.
הכל נפל. איך ממשיכים מזה? כל הזיכרונות שלנו כאן. ריבונו של עולם, למה? זה היה הבית של ילדיי. איך נבנה שוב?
The face of war, the casualties, the people that are just wanting to live their lives, how it's affecting so many different people so negatively. Unbelievable. Let's check this one out. This is Irgc members tried to launch a missile, and they found out instantly what it's all about. Here, watch this one here. Hang on. Check it out. That one's silent. But they tried to launch a missile, and it didn't work out well because they got blown up. Rubio said the regime is done in Iran. And also, Trump is saying that they haven't seen anything yet. So apparently there's something being saved for later on. We're not too sure what that's all about. But, I guess we'll find out what he means by that. But apparently the big guns haven't really been released yet, or whatever is going to happen. I'm not too sure what Trump means by that. But definitely a lot of missiles and weapons have been used so far. And a lot of damage has been caused for the Islamic regime in Iran. Hospitals and morgues have no space left for the corpses of the killers of the Iranian people. In the past 48 hours, thousands of IRGC members, Bosage forces, and mercenaries have been killed. So, yeah, it's happening out there. It's terrible. And the video that's coming in is pretty dramatic. There's no doubt about that. A lot of it is not showing individual people, but, for example, this is a shot of, well, that one there looks like a truck, but there's also a launcher. What they have is these mobile, like right there, that's a mobile launcher, where they've got these launchers on sort of looks like a semi-trailer and a long launcher on it. And that way they can kind of hide them away in a cave or something like that and then bring them out only when they need to use them. And they use a lot of that kind of stuff in Iran. But that's primarily, I think what they're doing is the Americans and the Israelis are watching to see where the missiles are being launched from. And then they're coming in and, basically blasting away at those locations. Here's sites in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is striking Mossad sites in northern Iraq. That's what this one says.
هرستا مقرقانی سپای ملی کوردستان کەوتەبەر هێرشی درۆنی ڕژیمی تێرۆریستی ئێران ڕێکەوتی 3/3/2026 هەرێستا مقرقانی سپای ملی کوردستان کەوتەبەر هێرشی درۆنی ڕژیمی تێرۆریستی ئێران.
Wow, got the dog out there. Something burning out there. Something burning. His craziness.
يا أبا الفاس يا أبا الفاس
Lots of videos coming in. Again, this is all hearsay as to exactly what this is. But, you know, I'm just basically telling you what's going on here from what I see here. That one there was a massive fireball engulfs an urban area in northwestern Iran. 2,000-pound bunker busting bomb is what that was. Lots of some pretty big munitions being used by the United States. Absolutely. What's this? Anyone holding an event to remember the fallen Iranian regime will be fully investigated. Ooh, so, wow. So they're not going to be allowing any kind of events in the States, in the United States. This is an interesting one here.
Disgracefully, the pro-Ayatollah Student Society plans to host a commemorative event in name of the fallen on the campus of University College, London, i.e.
That's in England.
Of those who supported the brutal IRGC regime. Does the Secretary of State agree that this is utterly wrong, that taxpayer-funded university resource is being used to propagate the murderous ideology of the Tehran regime, which has attacked UK bases and with whom we are effectively at war?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, man. We expect to see the strongest. So now you're going to start to have this stuff where the universities of the world, which are like lefty, are going to be pro-regime, you know, celebrating whatever stuff where they're, or remembering fallen Iranian Khomeini type people. You have that whole thing that's going to start up here now. Unbelievable. And lots of videos and stuff like that coming in showing what it looks like before and after type photos of places that have been blown up, what they look like before, what they look like after, and how that is changing. A lot of the Iranian, if you look at how it's got hilly and deserts and stuff like that, once you go outside of those main cities, it's all desert. The whole bloody country is nothing but a big, giant desert. Of course, there's some, you know, hills and rocks and stuff like that. But, you know, they've got tons and tons of places to hide these launchers. So they've got them strewn all over the place. Mostly, not so much in eastern Iran, but mostly in northern, southern, and western Iran. And they've been fighting on the western side of Iran. They have been fighting the border. It borders along Iraq for a bit of the country, and they've been fighting with Iraq for literally centuries. It's been an ongoing wars. In fact, they were at war, and I talked to soldiers when I was in Iran that were actually warring with Iraq when I was there. So yeah, and they're probably still doing it even to this day. No doubt about it. Yeah, I don't know what other interesting stuff we can dig up here. Lots and lots of, you know, shots of bombs and stuff like that going on all over the place. Here's this little clip. Casualties. I know what that is. Reports say hostage forces affiliated with the Irgc are firing at residential homes. Bullets are seen flying past apartment windows, several stories high. So they're actually just firing willy-nilly at high-rises. This is the Islamic regime. Give me a break already. Like, really. You know, they don't care. They don't care about what's going on. These guys are just crazy over there. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, a good channel to watch is The Enforcer. I don't know if you watch any channels about that. About the wars and that going on. But there's one channel called The Enforcer that's actually pretty good. Given the repeated warnings issued by the Irgc Navy regarding the insecurity of the Strait of Hormuz, more than 10 oil tankers that disregarded these warnings have so far been struck by various projectiles. So this is the kind of thing that Iran has, and this is what they're shooting at those ships that are trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. So, yeah, keep that in mind. That's the reason that some of that oil isn't flowing. Hey, if you like what you see, hit that subscribe button, sub up to the channel, give us a thumbs up, and yeah, we'll be going live a little more often here these days. We're back from the lake. We're having fun at the lake, riding the quad and stuff like that. That was an awful lot of fun. And yeah, we're having fun here doing our thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're back. We're back. Oh, yeah. And the world is going crazy. Yeah, you got that right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, this war. Just going crazy. My friend, Travel Fund 69, he was on Saturday at a huge, I don't even know how many, there were literally thousands and thousands of people there in Toronto at a huge thing going on there. So that was pretty interesting, watching a bit of that on the weekend there. Here's a look at the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a little bit of a time lapse thing showing you what the ships look like there. And you'll see how there's the ships going in and out with bringing the oil in and out. And then the war starts, and you can see how it's all stops. There are very few ships going in and out of there. They're mostly just small ships. But there's your daily, and those red ones are big oil tankers that you see there. Pretty much big oil tankers going in and out of there. But you'll see that they just stopped. They stopped moving, and they just are waiting for something else to happen. So that's how much the ships have stopped moving in the area, which ultimately is leading to increased oil prices at your pump when you go to gas up your vehicle. She's pretty crazy out there. Let's listen to the chat a little bit here. See what you guys have to say. We'll just bring up a little bit of text-to-speech here. Come on in. Let's see what you have to say here today. Whoop whoop. Big ups to you. Chat is welcome. Let's see if this is working here. Oh, maybe let me. Oh, maybe it's on the vertical or something here. Hang on. Let me reboot this thing here Let's see if we can get it working off of our horizontal chat here. I've got two different streams going, and my text-to-speech generator here can only pick up one of the two at a time. And I think it's kind of wanting to pick up from the vertical stream, which doesn't have much chat happening at the moment. So we'll see if we can make it work here. That's a problem when I'm running two streams, is that it only likes to pick up one of the two. There we go. Starting to get something happening. Some action. If we can get somebody to say something. Sounds like Troy is coming up. Gotcha. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It might not work with my double stream happening here. I'll have to try something a little bit different. We will see for sure. The Iranian regime is now launching drone strikes against Iranian Kurdish opposition groups based in northern Iraq. Tehran is concerned. If a nationwide uprising erupts, those armed groups could cross back into Iran and target Irgc forces in the north. Well, I think that would be good for the states in Israel if that happens. We'll see about that. Let's see what's happening outside my window. Outside my window, we've got drones flying, drinking water and flying around outside here, right outside my window. Carrier pigeons doing their thing. So I have to be on the lookout for them. Make sure we don't get bombarded. Bombarded by the carrier pigeons here locally. Okay, let's do a quick latest here. See what the latest is happening. See if we can dig up some latest info. We got that one, IRGC. Musqueam. There we go. More girls dancing around. John Letterman. Oh, what do we got this? Something about Letterman here. Letterman has, or sorry, not Letterman. Fetterman. Fetterman has something to say about the issue here. Let's listen to Fetterman. See what he has to say. Quick bite.
55 of them were killed, and I think they just blew up 80 of the randoms mullahs too. Which, I mean, that was pretty great actually. So, all right.
Oh, he's actually given Trump some credit. You know, he's one of the few Democrats that is actually standing up for Trump and is giving him credit for what he's doing.
I want my apology.
Oh, okay. Co-sider, you want your apology. I hear you in there. I'm not sure where you're coming from, but hang on. Let me just see if you're coming from the vertical or where the heck that you're coming from there, co-sider. Oh, you're
standing
coming from,
up for a predator.
You're coming in co-sider on the vertical side there, and that's where my chat is coming from. So unfortunately, it's coming from that side there. I wish it was coming in on the other side, on the horizontal
Standing
side.
up for a pedophile.
Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, we don't mind the chat, but jeepers. Talk about the war or something like that, and don't use that term on my chat here. Personally, I don't like to use that term here. That's kind of other people say that day and night, and that's all they have in their brain is just the pedo mentality. But I don't really like to pursue that here at all. Just saying. Co-sider, if you know what I mean. Yeah, thanks for turning on that slow mode. Appreciate that. I don't know how to get the speech chat to go over to the other one there. Let's see how many people are watching over there. 4 people watching. I don't know how to kill that feed. If I could somehow figure out how to kill that feed, I would do that. Just hang on, let me look here closely. If I go back over there, find the vertical feed. But I can't tell which is the vertical and which is the horizontal here at all. So that's crazy. So otherwise I would kill that feed, the vertical feed, and just go horizontal, and then my text to voice would operate on the horizontal feed, but not able to do that. Oh well. It is what it is. Free Iran is what the scoop is with all about here these days. Let's see what Carney, our illustrious Brookfield shareholder, Mark Carney, has to say about this whole thing.
Iran's nuclear threat remains. And now the United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada. So where to from here? Iran's nuclear...
Oh, okay. So he's pissed off that Trump didn't ask Canada whether or not he could bomb Iran or the United Nations. So those guys are all pissed off about that now. Go figure. So, yeah, I don't know what to make out of that. Other than, yeah, you don't give away your, your cards, right? You hold your cards close to your chest and you don't tell anybody what's happening, especially when it's like a thing like this where you're, pouncing on them. The last thing you want is to tell the Democrats or the Canadians what you're actually up to. Like, this is a sort of a, we got to jump in there when the timing is right. And in fact, it was right at the time when their parliamentary hearings or whatever were being held. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. Wow, how come we're eating at 3? I just started my stream. And now my wife is bringing me some food in here to give me a bite to eat. So I don't know what to say here. Let's see if we can put on. Let's see if I can put on a little something here while I have a little bite to eat. I'll find something to put on here. I can always find stuff. We will. I'll find a little bit of some live action to just pop on here for a little bit. Oh, look at who's live right now. It's Ant is live right now doing his thing. That's pretty cool. But he's just bitching about Scientology, which is like no big deal on that one. Hang on, I'll find a live broadcast here that I can replay here or whatever. Something coming from, I don't know. Maybe this one here might not be bad. There's not much audio coming from that one. Lots of cameras, but not much actioning. Not much action happening on cameras there right now. Crux, World Time, Mirror. Lots of cameras showing not much action. Lots of East Indian stuff coming out here now. Oh, we'll put this one on here. This is a good one. Let me just adjust the screen to the right size here, and we'll be in business. Here we go. Okay, we'll just watch this for a sec while I have a little bite to eat here, okay? Here we go. This is coming to us courtesy of Fox News.
We're not helping them get out with any kind of organized, orchestrated evacuation effort, and we're not really aware or able to, or at least we're not publicly going out and saying which particular cities they should avoid, where the danger may be greatest, partly because we don't know. And so I think that if you were an American in the Middle East right now, it's part of the temptation I would have would be to hunker down in place and not necessarily try to get out if you don't feel like your government's really helping you with a planned evacuation. If and when we get to the point where there is that kind of a plan, then I think there'll be ports of debarkation with ships and or airplanes, but perhaps ships, because that could be safer in this kind of a situation. So all bets are off. If President Trump really does want to engage in a long enough air war to have a chance of encouraging a popular revolt within Iran, which again, I don't think is a realistic prospect, but President Trump has said it's his goal, then I think we may have to worry this will get worse before it gets better, and those evacuation procedures will be needed. My own instinct right now would be to hunker down, but that's, advice given from 5,000 miles away without much tactical information.
And so we are putting this up on the screen as well for anybody who might be watching us here in the U.S. and know that they have a family member or someone overseas who does need to request this emergency assistance. Also, a number for those who might be watching us online, as we're able to be accessed from YouTube. They could be able to keep up with the very latest updates. That number there on your screen, though, 202-501-4444, and from overseas, 1-888-407-4747. And so also, before I let you go here, Michael, I want to ask you about this. You've been talking a lot about what's to come next within the country of Iran when it comes to their political structure. Earlier today, it was announced by the IDF that they had struck a meeting that was meant or the group that Iran has in place, so it's designed to pick their next leader of their country. They struck them with some sort of weapon as well while they were meeting. But let's talk about what's next. Who potentially could be coming up the ranks? President Trump even today remarking this, I have it here right here, that someone from within Iran's government might even be best suited to take over. What are your thoughts on that statement?
My thoughts are that I'm nervous when I hear that statement. I don't think President Trump is necessarily wrong, but it's going to be hard to figure out who that person might be. And anybody who's been part of that system is probably pretty deeply into the regime of terror that that system has thrived upon. This is a little different than Venezuela, where you basically had a thug running the country for a lot of years. And by taking out President Maduro with that amazing operation 2 months ago, we created a layer of leadership that maybe would be a little more reasonable. It may be possible in Iran to do that, but I'm skeptical. I think you're going to have to look far and wide for somebody who is pragmatic enough that we can deal with. On the other hand, I do prefer that approach, however difficult, to all-out regime change and a ground invasion by the United States, which I realize the president's not proposing right now, but he also hasn't ruled out. So I think if we can pull it off, that may be the least bad option, but it's not going to be easy.
All right, so we're taking a live look there at the White House, continuing to listen in to these updates, not only from President Trump, but others in his administration. Also, folks there in Congress, as they're getting these briefings behind the scenes to help us all as the American citizens get a bit more daylight into what's happening in this campaign in the Middle East. And so I do want to thank Michael O'Hanlon there with the Brookings Institution for joining us here on Live Now. Your expertise has been greatly appreciated.
Thanks very much.
All right, wanted to make sure we're able to bring that to you here on Live Now. Let's take this opportunity to slide away for yet another 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, much more on these top stories. Stay with us.
Well, it was always a war between the Islamic regime and the United States, and hitting the symbolic targets of the United States is par for the course, unfortunately. What seems to me to be happening is that Iran is going through its less expensive aerial military hardware, like the one-way drones, to be able to hit as many targets as it can. I think Iran's war strategy, or the Islamic regime's war strategy, is to raise the cost for the U.S. to leave, and that's such a miscalculation of what the president has said. Actually, he said, if you think we're going to go for 72 hours, 1 week, no, we're going to stay as long as it takes to get the job done. So, I've always thought that the regime was homicidal, but not suicidal. I want to take that back. I think this is a suicidal regime now.
And so as we're looking at some of this footage, this is not there directly from that strike with the U.S. consulate, but this is after an oil facility was struck by an Iranian drone in the UAE as well. So we wanted to make sure folks can still see the visuals as well here on the screen as some of this video footage is coming into us. And so, Dr. Moinian, as we're continuing on with this conversation, a lot has unfolded within the last few hours, even as it pertains to leadership there in Iran. We do know that it was reported by Fox News that there was a group that met today virtually. This was after their initial meeting was struck by some fire from Israel while they were meeting, trying to select their new leader. They now decided to meet virtually. What does this sort of indicate? Who are they looking to possibly to take the helm there in Iran? And what would that person likely be linked to, as they're still potentially a part of the old regime?
Well, I think the selection for the supreme leader has already been concluded. It was Mujtaba Khamenei, who's the son of the late supreme leader, has been chosen to be the next supreme leader. It's not surprising. That's been the rumor since Raisi died. He was the butcher of Tehran. If you remember, he died in a helicopter crash in summer of 2024. And the rumor was circling that he is the next supreme leader, Mujtaba. Mujtaba in Arabic means the chosen one. So, the name just picked up the position for him, I think. But also what it tells me is that he's the next target for the Israeli and American attacks. In a way, they have just signed his death certificate.
And so as we're putting this up on the screen, those are some of the comments that President Trump has even made, as we do know that a lot of those folks who were in line for that, not directly Mujtaba, have been killed in some of these attacks. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on all of this as it unfolds as well. And so I do want to continue on here, Dr. Moinian, with thinking about some of the international influence and, of course, reaction to all of this. We've seen several different countries, including Canada's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer there with the United Kingdom, as well as the President of France, speaking out, maybe not so much directly in support of how this operation has gone down, but then still talking about the threat that Iran posed there in the region and how the outcome of this potentially could be better for the Middle East. I'd like to kind of get your insight into how some of these other international countries will likely continue to shape the future that we see there of Iran and in general the region.
I think all those 10 countries that you just named have been a disappointment, frankly. They're under the false assumption that if they stay away from the regime will stay away from them. That's not the regime's modus operandi. The regime is against the Western civilization. And as far as I know, the last I checked, Canada, England, and France are part of that. So the announcement by Keir Starmer about a few days ago that we are not going to lend you our air bases, we will not take part in these operations, was very disappointing. We have come to England's rescue many, many, many times over, as they have to for us, but we've done it in a more meaningful way in World War II. And for them to announce that, you know what, we're sitting this one out was a lot disappointing. Same for all the other European leaders. They are under the assumption that there is a threat that they can withstand from the Islamic regime or they can deter from the Islamic regime. That's not the case. This is a regime that wants to go down with a big fight. And even if it stays, that's a worst case scenario, because then it's even more, how do you say it, more charged to attack when it can get its ammunition, its military hardware back online.
And so as we're talking about some of that military hardware and maybe some other allies that Iran has outside of the Middle East, Dr. Moynihan, I'd like to kind of hear from you here on this side. Are there any other countries around the world that might be supporting the Iranian regime as is and helping them to fight back in this conflict with the U.S. and Israel as well?
The usual suspects, North Korea, Russia, China, maybe some of the countries from the global south, they might have come to Iran's help, but at this point in this war, where two military superpowers, Israel and U.S., are determined to win, determined to defeat the military aspects of the Iranian regime, determined to end the hostilities coming out of the Islamic regime, I don't think either Russia or China have the appetite to enter the war. There is no advantage for China. China looks on Iran as its Costco or another massive bazaar that they can go in and they can sell their goods to or shop. They get discounts. They buy 90% of their Iranian oil at very big discounts. And if we can offer China another country, another route that overtakes Iran's production of oil and still supplies China with whatever amount it needs, but in a reasonable manner so that it doesn't become the next thorn in the side of the Middle East and the Far East, I think that's what China wants. China wants to trade. And Russia is embarked now on the fourth year of its war with Ukraine. It's hugely depleted. Their soldiers are demoralized. It doesn't look like that from the outside. China is still, if I can remind the viewers, it's a Potemkin village. It's a facade. I'm sorry, the Russia is a facade. It's a Potemkin village. They look very powerful. They act very blustery. Their narrative is hostile and belligerent. But in fact, they're hurting. And I can't imagine any of those two powers will come to the aid of Iran.
And lastly, before I let you go, Dr. Moynihan, I want to talk about some of the proxy groups that do exist there in the region. I'm talking about Hezbollah. I'm talking about Hamas as well.
Yeah, China's sold them some stuff that's not working.
As they're watching all of this unfold.
Russia doesn't want to help them because
I have to go back to what I said
they're
before.
in enough trouble as they are.
The combination of the military force, the firepower, the nerve posturing of both of those countries, Iran, America, and Israel, is so overwhelming that any proxy that wants to pick a fight with those two basically is committing suicide. It was hurting after October 7th. They rebuilt their missiles to a large degree. I know Hezbollah has a good arsenal of missiles, but to a large degree also they have lost many of their leaders. And if it's not chaotic in their rank and file of where to hit, what to hit, the decision-making process, it's weakened. And I can't imagine a scenario where the proxies will tell themselves, we will go down fighting alongside Iran. I know they're ideologically oriented along the Islamic regime. They're indoctrinated by the Islamic regime. They're funded by the Islamic regime, but they also want to stay around. And I think entering this war in a more impactful way from the proxies is also their death wish.
And so it's so much to watch as it's continuing to unfold. Here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to keep our eyes there on the skies in the Middle East with some of these live vantage points, continuing to bring that to folks at home. But we also appreciate Dr. Nazeem Moynihan. Your expertise is always appreciated at a time like this where we're watching all of these updates come into our newsroom.
Thank you, Christina.
Don't worry, KMC. That's Queenie's favorite word.
Jewish friends and fellows and family, a happy Purim, and the upcoming New Year for Iranians, happy Nowruz. It's not a coincidence that these two events almost coincide. Iranians and Jews have a long history going back to thousands of years.
All right, we certainly appreciate Dr. Moynihan for being with us here on
Thank you for having me.
Live Now from Fox. All right, what we are going to do is take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on these top stories when we return. Stay with us.
from the show.
City owner told me is the hey, ladies and gentlemen. Out in Alberta, where the Rockies rise, Tommy Tampa streaming, lighting up the skies. From the lake house, chilling, hot tub, steaming hot. He's dropping truth bombs, giving all he's got. Talking politics, conspiracies, and news. Trolls in the chat, but they can't confuse. Conservative heart with a mic drop flair. Tommy's got the world tuning in from everywhere. Tommy Tampa, YouTube king, rocking the streams, hear the people sing. Super chat, popping channel membership sold. Alberta's proud, son respected evermore. Respected evermore. Multi-stream master, restreams his game.
In response to this latest conflict between the U.S. and Iran. It was just a little while ago that Secretary of State Marco Rubio was able to brief members of the Senate on some of the intricacies of this operation. What I do want to now play out for you, in case you missed it here on Live Now from Fox, Senator Mark Wayne Mullins spoke there, the Republican from Oklahoma, in response to what he heard in that briefing. Let's listen to that here on Live Now.
Willing to stand up against and eliminate like President Trump. So thank God he's finally got that back.
Senator, the White House said,
let's go here.
Thank you. Senator Murray, after leaving upstairs with Democrats, said, I've heard 5 different rationales and objectives about this war.
Who said this?
Senator Murray.
Chris Murphy? Or Murray?
No, Murray.
Murray.
Patty Murray.
Patty Murray, yeah.
What is your understanding of the objective here?
I don't remember her asking a question while I was there, so I think the objective was pretty laid out. They want to make sure that the ability for them to strike us anywhere at any time is gone. No way they'll be able to make a nuclear weapon or enrich uranium again to take out their navy so they can't disrupt commerce in the shipping lanes and to take out their ability to restock and rebuild their missiles and drones. That's the objective here. We're going to eliminate the threat that's been threatening us for 47 years. And today's a weaker Iran than it has been in probably a decade. If we would have waited another year, this picture could look totally different, completely different. And so the opportunity and the timing was right, and we have a president in the office that had the backbone to do it.
Senator, do you have any concerns about this Iran operation, any at all?
No. Listen, what my concern is that we have lost thousands of individuals over 47 years, and we haven't done anything about it. This threat was not going away. I don't think anybody can argue that this regime needed to be removed. And what we have done now for the Iranian people is give them a choice. We gave them a choice to say, we want our country back. We want to go back to the country that we had prior to the Ayatollah in 1979. We want to go back to the country where we had women in the workplace, in the professional workplace. We want to go back to the era when we could have women elected to public office, go back to where the great riches that live in Iranian soil would be able to be shared with the mass people there, not just used to sponsor terror around the world. And so we're giving the Iranian people an opportunity to get their country back. At the same time, we're eliminating a threat that's been threatening the United States.
Good point.
Over here.
You mentioned the objectives. Did they give you a sense of how long it would take to meet those objectives?
No. Well, yes, but I'm not going to talk about a timeline.
Well,
yes.
Senator, if Iran won't be a drawn-out conflict, that American boots won't be needed on the ground, or do you believe they could be?
We're not eliminating the options. We're going to continue to do whatever we can to eliminate this threat to the United States.
Senator, if Iran posts...
Better not be drawn out long time.
I know. I got you a bunch of times. Let me get to people who haven't asked a question. Yeah, I go here and then I'll go there.
Is there any point at which you feel like Congress should take a vote on this? Like, if you do support the operation, and you know, why not vote to authorize force like if we did in Iraq? And
I think that can be debatable, but we're not going to take away the authority of the President of the United States to be able to be the Commander-in-Chief and keep Americans' interest safe. That's the role of the Commander-in-Chief. We don't need 535 Commander-in-Chiefs. The Commander-in-Chief is the President of the United States, and he has a duty in Article 2 to be able to protect American interest, and he is initiating that, and he is doing that with great authority and great effect. Yes.
Senator, there have been significant concerns about munition stockpiles. Senator Graham just talked about larger strikes over the next 2 days. Are there enough munitions for the next 2 days?
I will tell you that on the briefing of that, we are in good shape. That's what they said. We're in good shape. I don't know where that came from because you've never heard this administration. You haven't heard the Joint Chiefs. You haven't heard anybody bring up that concern. So that's some concern that's been planted by some, either unrational individual or left media that's throwing that out. We are in great shape. The president has everything at his disposal to be able to do what we need to do, and we'll continue to do so. Yes.
Senator, you talked about giving the Iranian people a choice, but are you confident that enough of the regime and its infrastructure has been taken out in order to get the power back to the court? I said this from the very push-go. My very first interview I did once this conflict started is that we're not fighting the war for the Iranian people. We're giving them an opportunity to fight their war. If they want to take back the country, they can do that. What we're doing is eliminating and weakening this administration or this regime, and then it's up to the rest of it. That's up to the Iranian people. This wasn't about regime change. If this was about regime change, we would have taken them out during the 12-day war. The president made it very clear, we know where you're at, and we could take you out if we chose to. We gave diplomacy an option, and diplomacy didn't work. Yes.
Iranian people are watching you. What is your message to them?
Trying to figure out how to stop my vertical.
This is your time. This is your country. You have a great country. We're not at war with you. We actually love you. You have an opportunity to get back to the country you used to have, and we want that relationship with you. We actually desire that relationship, to have that relationship we had prior to 1979, but it's up to you. This is your time. It's on your shoulders to win back your country.
Senator, what is your plan for the nuclear sites? We've seen mostly conventional military.
All right, as you see there, we were listening to some of these senators reacting after Secretary of State Marco Rubio was able to brief them on the Iran conflict. Wanted to make sure we're able to bring that to you in case you missed it here on Live Now from Fox. After this, our coverage is still going to continue. We've been keeping you updated throughout the hours as all of these updates are coming into our newsroom, sliding away for our final 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
Trying to figure out how to stop my vertical feed so I can get my stuff coming up here on the horizontal. In other words, I'm streaming on vertical and on horizontal, and I only want to stream on horizontal. So because I started the stream with StreamYard, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of one of my streams here. So that's an interesting problem to have. How that is happening, I have no idea. Where I can remove it, I don't know. I think if I stop the stream, I have to stop everything, which is weird. And I can't change it to private, so that's not working. I don't know what the heck to do here. Weird. Anybody know how to stop a vertical stream when you're streaming with StreamYard and you have two streams going at once? I don't know. They never thought about this, I guess, when they set this stuff up. Well, they'll figure it out, though. I don't know.
At different locations there in Lebanon, also in Israel, and back here at home inside the United States in our U.S. Capitol building, as both the House and Senate, they were briefed on exactly what's going on there in this Middle East following Operation Epic Fury. And plenty of developments today as we are keeping our eye right now on the sky.
Feed courtesy of Fox News.
There into Wednesday, as the Israel said that launched airstrikes against Iranian
Not much
missile
happening there
and nuclear research sites
on
Tuesday, as Iran struck back against Israel.
Video feeds
and
like this. I don't see any bombs going off or
U.S. embassies, disrupting
missiles
energy
coming
supplies and travels. 4 days into this war, President Trump suggested that it would last several weeks, perhaps longer, as nearly 800 people have been killed, including
you can't
some
give
Trump
it
said
exact
he
time
considered
on
a
something like this.
possible future leader of that country.
Could take
in
a while, or
Iran.
it could be over
Explosions
tomorrow.
rang out Tuesday in Tehran and Lebanon as well. And where Israel said it retaliated against Hezbollah militants, the American embassy in Saudi Arabia came under drone attack. So again, this is just live pictures there from what we're seeing in parts of Israel and Tel Aviv as well.
Daisy, daisy.
We are monitoring this shot as well. This is in Lebanon, and some of those Iranian proxy groups that we talk about so frequently also likely involved in this. But several big developments today in terms of what we heard, in terms of what we are seeing there on the ground. President Trump inside of the Oval Office, the first real extensive comments from him since this conflict unfolded, saying that Iran,
which side are you on there,
air
Mossad?
protection. They've been knocked out. Their
Israel
radar has been
or
knocked out, and
Iran?
just about everything has been knocked out. He told different reporters on the phone, including with Politico, saying that Iran and their military capabilities have been decimated right now. All right, so again, just looking live there in Lebanon here, several other major developments. The U.S. consulate in Dubai was hit by an Iranian drone. It slammed into
Pulling
a
for the
parking
people
lot
of
outside
Iran.
the US consulate
Okay, gotcha.
in Dubai, sparking a small fire, according to the U.S.
That's a
Secretary of
interesting
State Marco
answer.
Rubio. Although the pace of the Iranian missiles
I
and
am
drone
too.
strikes is slow, Tuesday's near miss shows that Iran still
The
has
people of
and is still
Iran.
able to get munitions past
For
American
the win.
interceptors. Rubio told reporters at the U.S. Capitol that all of that consulate personnel in Dubai have been accounted for.
People watch it on X. Hey, X people. XXX. X for the win.
Marco Rubio also reiterated, saying that they're working to get different Americans, diplomats out of the region. Right now, they've received some 1,500
They invented
or
Sharia
1,600
law
so
because of
requests
females
in
like
terms
Daisy.
of that.
They were
They're
just
working
not
to
not
have
listening.
planes go out of there,
They
but they're
didn't listen,
concerned about some of
apparently.
those
So
airport and
they had to be put in their
closures
place,
over
and
different
that's where Sharia
countries
law was
in the region.
invented.
That is really one of the main reasons behind potentially
it
stopping
started with
that.
eating the
Again, a
apple.
live picture
Oh
there
no,
in
that was a
Washington,
different
D.C.
religion.
At the U.S. Capitol building, both the Senate and House, they have been briefed on what's going on in Iran. We heard different.
Personally, I
lawmakers,
think the
senators
Bible
speak
is a
out
little
on both
older
sides
than
of
the
aisle, talking about
than the Muslim
objective,
religion.
or what we're hearing from the White House on what's going on with that. As the
Being around that
administration has given
Christian
various
religion's been around a
objectives.
little
While
longer
initial
than the
US
Muslim.
Israeli strikes killed the
Right.
Iranian supreme leader, the Ayatollah. Trump urged Iranians to overthrow their government.
Ayatollah
And
Khomeini.
said that a regime change was not a part of the goal. Trump laid out, though, Monday the military campaign's four
Khuda
objectives.
Hafez.
They were to destroy Iran's military capabilities, wipe out its navy, prevent it from attaining nuclear weapons, and also ensuring that it cannot continue.
Oh, that could be
to support
dangerous, microwaving
armed
eggs.
groups. So some big developments there as we will speaking to different lawmakers into the evening hours around what's going on.
Can be
with
like an
this.
incoming drone.
All right, so let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox as we are going to hear from different lawmakers. They're speaking, as I mentioned. Let's take you out right now here to the Republican senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, speaking about what he learned, what he's talking about in terms of Iran, what he's hearing from the White
Let's
House.
hear it. What do you have to
Let's
say?
listen into this on Live Now.
Wait a second. This is the short person's view of the war. So the briefing was very informative. I feel like this administration has been as transparent as you possibly can be without compromising war plans. So I want to congratulate them in terms of keeping us informed. My takeaway, quite frankly, is the Iranians have a strategy of trying to create regional chaos to shut down airports, hit hotels, drive up economic cost, to see if the region will break and
ETSY.
sue for peace. I've been on the phone all day with our Arab allies.
The vertical has
is unfolding.
the chat
So
reader, by the way.
Good news for me is I think the regional
If you type on the
partners,
vertical, your audio
partners
comes
are going
up
to
here.
be more involved, not less. They're not going to break. They're going to get in the fight in a more direct way. And Iran made a major miscalculation by attacking Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Adam's Rib.
Countries now are more intent than ever to end the threat.
You should name a restaurant,
So
Adam's
what
Rib.
I see
Adam's
in the
Ribs.
coming days is more capability directed at the regime that's non-American. More planes flying that are non-Americans. More missile capability brought to the fight by our allies. So the ability to inflict harm on the regime is going to increase, not just because we're more committed to ending this, because we're going to have more partners to do that. Now, so what's the goal here? The goal is to make sure that when this is over, this regime cannot build ballistic missiles to hit America or terrorize the region. That when this conflict is over, they cannot continue to support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, the terrorist network. And they can never go back in the nuclear business. One of the things that really
Bada bing, bada boom.
got President Trump going the most was after Midnight Hammer, we found that they were trying to regenerate their nuclear program. After basically months of negotiation, it was pretty clear that they're wedded to the capability they need to inflict terror. That the regime's
OLC said he's done drinking Tito's and doing
and to
panels.
push their religious
Says
agenda
he's
through
going
the,
to
through
start
force.
restreaming
And
like
the missile
you,
buildup is
Portland,
designed to give them
Andy, Smoke
immunity
and
in terms of
Scam and
developing their nuclear
Wolf Me.
program. If we waited
Says
much
he's
longer,
going to make
they're doing
you all
100 a
look
month.
bad.
The idea of imminent threat to me
That's
is
funny.
an odd thing. Who wants to let a
Well,
homicidal
yeah,
maniac
okay.
be
Me and
able
my
to get
chicken
to the
will take
imminent
over the
stage of
internet.
hurting you? If somebody is threatening my family, wants to rape your wife and burn down your house and kill your children, I don't want to wait till they get to the gun store and the gas station. Since 1979, this
Laugh
regime has
my
been
ass
dedicated to chaos through their
Tommy Brett was
religious
cussing
agenda.
at you like crazy today.
1983, 220 Marines
Oh,
were killed by
Brett.
Hezbollah
Oh, wow.
in Lebanon, 18 sailors, 100 injured.
Where? Over on his channel.
Roadside bombs coming out of
Was he
Iran
live or
has
something?
Maimed and killed hundreds, if not thousands.
Well, Brett
of
is
Americans.
mad because he's
They
with
mean
the
it when they
Palestinian
say
crew
death to
there,
America.
which is
I'm glad we
pretty
didn't
much
let it go further. I'm glad
against
we didn't
everybody
let them
else.
build more missiles. I'm glad we didn't let them regenerate after Midnight Hammer. So the
You know what I
idea
mean.
that you're going to let a homicidal maniac get to the imminent stage, to me, is misplaced. So I've never felt better about how this ends. It's not if they fall, it's when they fall. It's not us alone.
Yeah, exactly,
it's
Troy.
us with the region. Europe is now getting into the game. So I want to compliment President Trump for starting something that the world is now gravitating to.
Nah,
This
he's
regime
a one man.
is in his death throes.
He's doing his own thing there with the panels.
Day or
He's
two
got a
from us is
thing going there.
overwhelming. And when you add to
It'll
the
be hard
mix
for him to break
the
away
air
from that.
capability, then it's going to be overwhelming. The demise of this regime is at hand.
It was so
and
funny.
the goal is to make sure they can never be a threat like they were before.
How do you know that
That's
the
funny.
next regime that may come in may not be more hardline?
Well, yeah, he
than the
doesn't
last
like
regime?
that I'm like an Albertan
32,000
wanting to be
people went
free
to
from
their death
Canada.
to be hard-ass.
And then, of
That's
course,
really
I'm on the
offensive
side of
to the people in the
Israel
street.
and the United
If they
States here
want
on
a
this one.
country that's more crazy.
So go
Why
figure.
are they in the street? They don't like living under the Ayatollah. These people are not facing guns without arms because they like what's going on. To think that the protesters want more Ayatollah is really offensive to them. Here's what's going to happen.
Maybe they won't be able to
Just wait a
control
minute. The idea of the Ayatollah being our friend is zero. The Ayatollah of him, the idea of the Ayatollah giving up his nuclear ambitions were zero. He's a religious fanatic. You could
Yep.
say that about Hitler. I bet somebody asked in 1935, what happened if we killed Hitler? God, I wish we'd have known. It will only get better. Now, what happens is up to the Iranian people, not me, not anybody here. They have a chance to take their country back if this regime falls. And I think they want it back in a different way. The idea
That's
that
right.
these people would want the same thing after sacrificing really is short-sighted. It's offensive to them. So to the world, to Europe, get behind the protesters. They're your best chance to have a stable Iran. They're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past, I don't believe. But if they do, we'll do what we did in the past. We'll deal with the threat. So the idea that you, like, taking Hitler out, if somebody asked that in 1935 and say, let's don't do it, boy, was that a big mistake. It would be a big mistake.
Remember, Jim, buy the market when it's down.
Toward a nuclear weapon, to build more missiles.
Don't buy on normal times. When you see the stock market dip, that's when you want to buy.
And I think it's going to be
like
better.
Right now.
And the biggest prize of all is that when they fall, I talked to Saudi
Before
Arabia
it pops
today.
back up again.
When this regime collapses, there will be a
Ride it on the way up.
normalization.
Don't just buy stocks at any old time. Buy on the dip, always on the dip. Wait for a dip. Don't be greedy.
For trying to expand the Abraham Accords to Saudi Israel, which is the biggest prize of all. So this regime is going to collapse. It's not if, it's when. And when that happens, there'll be a gateway to peace that no one ever envisioned. So President Trump, I'm glad you did it when you did it. If we waited much longer, we'd have a bigger threat on our hands. And we're on the
Concentrate on Gypsy. Yeah. That's funny.
Is there a need at any point for Congress to take a vote or have any role here?
Absolutely. Here's what I think.
Hey, where's Cadamus Rex and all the gang?
Congress,
I don't see him in here. Al Munson, where's all those guys?
Requires 67 votes. There may be a supplemental coming. I think there will be a supplemental. We'll have to approve that. Now, let me tell you, I've been a military lawyer most of my adult life. The War Powers Act has been viewed as unconstitutional by every president, Republican, Democrat, since its passage. Why? Because it says after 60 days of combat operations, military operations, they must terminate unless Congress approves. You're shifting the power from the commander-in-chief to the Congress. If we don't like a military operation, we can cut off funding. But the War Powers Act is an unconstitutional shift of authority from the president, and it would create 535 commander-in-chiefs. It's going to fail tomorrow. Now, if you want to have a vote as to whether or not you approve this operation without a War Powers Act, that's fine with me. I don't mind people being on record as to whether or not they think this is a good idea. I do mind Congress becoming the commander-in-chief.
Wow, that's an interesting concept there. There is only one commander-in-chief, not the Congress.
Yeah.
Do you think the administration is doing enough to make sure they get?
Yes, Marco's doing a good job. Here's who you contact to get out. We're trying to send flights in.
Marco Rubio.
Pay later. If they get a nuclear weapon, they would use it. They keep trying no matter what we do. Why? Because they want a nuclear weapon to enact their agenda. They want to purify Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabian Sunni Islam and then replace it with Shia Islam. That's what they say, not what I say. They have been building ballistic missiles at a rate that is just stunning. They killed 32,000 plus of their people who've been protesting, and they support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. One thing to President Trump, in case you're watching. In 1983, Ronald Reagan sent Marines and sailors to try to police and deal with the Lebanese civil war. They were at the end of the runway. Hezbollah attacked the Marine barracks, killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and wounded 100 others. Ronald Reagan, who I admire and
no, he doesn't.
Looking in there to this,
Edward.
Live now from Fox, as Lindsey Graham saying it's not a matter of when, but if. Obviously, not if, but when these regime falls in Iran.
I did.
Some comments right now from lawmakers.
That's why they're not here. I banned a whole bunch of people. Cadamus Rex, and anybody that hangs out in Cadamus Rex's channel, I banned them all.
Assessment is, does it add urgency to reopen DHS?
So they're probably over there crying.
Done such a terrible job of managing DHS and ICE and CBP. And the reality is we have a crisis right here at home on our streets with
nice and quiet here now.
Being murdered, with people being detained without due process.
You don't get like Sandy Foster, you know,
and Kristi Noem
drunken
has
belly
actually
aching.
taken agents who should be working on critical security threats and assigned them to immigration. So there is a lot that is a problem. She's coming before us tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have a chance to ask her some of those questions tomorrow.
Are you not worried that more shooters like the Austin shooter will emerge?
All right, just listening in.
Edward Cam, you're the last one left of the Cadamus Rex crew.
That might be also on the forefront of a lot of people's minds, and this could be
you could be their spokesman
to get that done with concern as people on high alert of what's going on right now. We saw in Austin, Texas over the last few days, that potentially that mass shooting that was potentially linked to terrorism. So we're following that closely.
Well, it's just they don't add anything. All they do is, you know what? They're like the tolerant left that likes criticizing how people look, how people talk, how people walk. Like criticize, you know, all of those things where they're supposed to be so, open and loving people. They're the best people on earth. No, all they do is sit there and talk about how fat somebody is or whatever.
That the reason it happened now,
you know, like,
is so very vital.
they can sit over there and talk about how fat they are.
He said, quote, "This had to happen no matter what." So that's likely about the timing of everything that is involved with this. And President Trump earlier here on
They don't
Tuesday,
deserve to be over here.
said, quote, "Someone from within the Iranian regime might be the best choice to take power once the U.S.-Israel campaign is finished, whenever that may be."
Turd.
Speaking in the Oval Office on Tuesday, the exiled son of the Shah, not someone that the administration is considered to take over. As far as the possible leaders in Iran, he said, quote, "The people we had in mind are dead." This from the president. He goes on to say, quote, "I guess the worst case would be to do this and then somebody takes over who is bad as that person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen." So Iranian leaders are scrambling to replace Khamenei, who ruled the country for 37 years, the second
like
time
Queenie.
since 1979, and that Islamic revolution.
How she calls everyone
being chosen.
fat,
so, of course, this
pedoed, and inbred.
In this, and we're also hearing about
Which I don't like that. I've told her many, many times, don't do that, don't talk like that.
In Iran,
and she doesn't listen.
Epic Fury. I want to put this up here from the Associated Press saying
just making herself look bad. Hey, there's CJ. How you doing there, CJ?
And they say they died in a
I haven't done any fishing, but we went out riding the quad. I got my quad in operation, and we were out riding around on the quad on Saturday and Sunday there. Had a hell of a lot of fun. Check out some of my last lives. I was live on the lake there on the quad. And man, it was a big snowstorm when I was out there. Wow, it was a pretty epic video. Check it out.
And Sergeant Declan J. Cody, 20 of West Des Moines, Iowa. They died on March 1st, 2026 in that port in Kuwait
right on.
During an unmanned
yeah, but I haven't taken a fishing rod out there yet, or I doubt if I'll go out this winter because it's getting too late.
So, of course,
but I have a boat that we're working on for the summertime.
So far, U.S. service members
we're just working on getting the boat operational. It's like a $200 boat. I bought it for $200, and we're fixing it up. We got to work on the seats and stuff like that, get it all in operation. So, yeah, we need to build new seats for it, and I bought a new bimini for it, so that just came in the door here just today. And we're gonna go big time on the lake. Woo! Sylvan Lake, here we come.
Out in Alberta, where the Rockies rise, sunny tempers streaming, lighting up the skies. From the lake house, chilling, hot tub, steaming hotties, dropping truth bombs, giving all he's got. Talking politics, conspiracies, and news. Trolls in the chat, but they can't confuse. Conservative heart with the mic drop flare. Tommy's got the world tuning in from everywhere. Tommy Temper, YouTube king, rocking the streams, hear the people sing. Super chat popping, channel membership sold. Alberta's proud, son respected evermore.
Oh yeah.
Again, everybody's mad online. Parliament's debating while the comment section's losing minds. Protests in the streets tonight, banners in the rain. Tommy grabs the microphone and tries to stay sane. Left side shouting, right side too. Everybody's certain that their headline's true, but somewhere in the noise another page. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where the facts get checked and the jokes get better. From Canada
after being briefed on what's going on with Operation Epic Fury. Now 4 days into this coordinated attack by the United States and Israel, a preemptive attack, and they're laying the groundwork, some of those objectives, plenty of lawmakers asking some hard questions, and also a war powers resolution up for a vote likely over the next several days. And we're going to continue to follow that closely here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also right now learning the identities of 4 of the 6 U.S. service members that were tragically killed supporting this Operation Epic Fury in the Middle East. And I want to put this up here one more time from our Reuters
unfortunately
reporters there talking about the 4 of the 6 identified right now so far after the next of kin. So it took a little bit of time, but the captain, Cody Hork, 35 of Winter Haven, Florida, Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins of Bellevue, Nebraska, Sergeant First Class Nicole M. Armour of 39 of White Bear Lake, Minnesota, and then Sergeant Declan J. Cody, 20 of West Des Moines, Iowa, died on March 1st in Port of Kuwait during an unmanned aircraft system attack. They were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command out of Iowa. So we're continuing to follow that. Obviously, those 4 identities, 2 more to come, and we'll bring you to them as soon as it happens. We're also monitoring different live pictures on the ground as the days stretch now from Tuesday into Wednesday. A live look right there in Beirut in Lebanon, north of Israel, as we're hearing different Iranian proxy groups also getting involved, in just the proximity from Lebanon to Israel makes some of that interceptors very difficult for Israel.
Tel Aviv
and
taking
United
direct
States.
hits.
So a live look right there in Lebanon. Also one more in Tel Aviv as
what's that,
we're
CO2?
following it. Sometimes you see some flares in the sky. The U.S. has shut down embassies in the Middle East after the attack, also working to get Americans out of the region.
2 cents per comment.
Some people
the
from
2
those
cents
14
worth
regional
there,
countries, those nations, to depart now. They're offering assistance, and they're calling on
unfrickin' real,
to kind of facilitate some of the resources flights out, but they're having some potential issues with airspace closures for the time being. All right, we're going to continue on. As we heard, the members of Congress, both the House and Senate, briefed on this Operation Epic Fury and the objectives to take out the ballistic missile sites as well as nuclear capabilities in Iran. We're watching and waiting. Any comments, we will take you out to them as soon as they happen. For the time being, let's take you to the other chamber, the Senate, as John Fetterman, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, one of the lone Democrats that is supporting this movement, speaks out there in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in.
Yeah, this is amazing.
End game is here about when this war may
good
actually
things.
end and how they plan to achieve their objective.
I'm saying it's like I think we can all agree. I mean, find a senator in here that says we should never allow Iran to acquire a nuclear bomb. Have you know anyone that says they're okay with them having a nuclear weapon? I haven't met any of them. So for me, this entire thing was that end game is make sure that's destroyed, I'm sure. That's part of it, make sure there's no way they could ever acquire a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
And it seems that. And then also the other missile technologies for that. So everything that I've heard there, to me, it just essentially there's no new shocking kinds of news or any of
But wasn't the nuclear program set back in June when when the attacks initially happened? Why did this additional attack need to happen?
Well, that's part of the briefing.
What did they tell you?
Senator, are you comfortable with the fact that Congress was left out of the decision-making process?
Well, what does the War Powers Resolution in 73 say? It says that the president has to provide 48 hours of notification, and he's done that. And then they have up to 60 days, perhaps a 30 days extension. And there's no boots on the ground, and it's been into 100 hours so far. So
is he wearing a hoodie?
Broken, or they haven't made every standard.
How do you describe the fact that it's just? How do you
the only smart Democrat of the lot.
Senate Democrat though with that position?
Because maybe I'm the Democrat. I'm aware that it's.
All right, you're just listening in there to this. As you can see, John Fetterman and another member of Congress stepping up from California. Let's listen in to what he
Fetterman
has to say
for the win.
Here on Live.
Maybe he's a rhino
since the 1970s
Republican.
has claimed that War Powers
Keeps
Act
clothing.
was not constitutionally binding. But this is the first president that has to deal with the War Powers Act enforcement
Absolutely.
provisions that
Blizzard,
we've been
common
adding
sense.
since I authored them since 2012.
Can't believe it.
Now, I don't
coming out
know
of him.
if this
Here we thought he was a little
action is
bonko.
going to take more than 60 days. If it doesn't,
But
then
he's the only smart
president does
Democrat
not
out there.
need, an affirmative action by Congress. Now, the president is subject to a resolution by Congress requiring withdrawal, but we would expect that even if that passes the House, it would be and the Senate, it would still be vetoed.
My chat GTP is broken.
As far as the president needing affirmative action by Congress, that comes in at the 60th day. Other presidents have said they don't need it, but other presidents have not dealt with the provision in
Trump
the
doesn't
Defense
care, it
Appropriations
appears.
Bill
Trump is doing
designed
whatever
to
he
enforce
wants.
the War Powers Act.
Right? Not
That
worrying
provision
about
says that
anything.
no money shall be spent in contravention of the War Powers Act. So you have one area of the Constitution that is
Yeah, but he's
thought to be
he's
vague.
getting
That is
better all the
war
time.
powers. The president is
Fetterman.
commander-in-chief. Congress has the right to declare war. But there's one part of the Constitution that is absolutely clear, and that is the president can only spend money that is appropriated by Congress and only for the purposes appropriated by
I don't
Congress.
think they're going to allow
So I brought
asylum
to the
seekers.
attention of the entire panel there that if they were to
Pretty small
violate
country.
this provision of the Defense
Not
Appropriations
much room
Bill,
for
they
more.
could face criminal or civil personal liability.
He's the
We hope
Democrat
very much
Leering
that,
Center.
This action takes less than 60 days, in which case this provision would not be triggered.
Leering.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, that was Brad Sherman there. Now
Pretty
others
much.
stepping up. Let's listen back in. This is Colorado Democrat Jason Crow.
Trump, there was no imminent threat against the American people, against American facilities or persons. This is a war that is going to be borne on the backs of working class Americans who have suffered, financed, fought over 20 years of war. Enough is enough. It is time for Congress to get involved, retake its constitutional authority, to return the American people back into the driver's seat on matters of war and peace. That is what this is about. It's also very clear this administration has no plan for the day after. They've stumbled into this. They are trying to destroy the Iranian regime, and they have no plan for what comes next. History shows very clearly this does not end well.
Yeah, right.
They are struggling.
Use Hitler as
to
your
identify
example.
the Americans who are there. They asked for the assistance of members of Congress, assistance that we will provide, putting out guidance to our constituents about what needs to happen to evacuate as this conflict continues to spread throughout the region. Because
Very good,
make
Fence
no
Lizard.
mistake, this is spreading.
Good thing you had that
and
alert
this is
set.
magnifying. It's getting worse.
Thanks for
not
popping
better.
in.
So we're going to do everything possible to put out information out to U.S. citizens in the region as to how they can connect
ChatGTP
with
is
the State
broken.
Department and get evacuated to safety.
You said you didn't hear anything.
Something's wrong with that remote server
Did they give you any sense about
today.
About that? Did they try and make the case that Israel?
Remember, I was just stealing
Well, I'm not gonna go into the
ChatGTP
details
off
in
of
a
somebody
classified
else,
briefing,
so
but what I can tell you is
maybe they stopped paying for it or something.
historically, leading up to today, as a member of the Intelligence Committee and the Armed Services
Server
Committee, I have
down.
seen no evidence that there is an imminent threat against U.S. persons or facilities that would require a unilateral action by President Trump without consultation of Congress to initiate a conflict.
Why are Democrats
Do you expect it to look similar to
Yeah, doesn't
the Iraq
Pakistan
war in
have the
Afghanistan?
nuclear weapon?
Do you see any similarities or differences that you expect?
Well, I'm haunted by the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and every war is
My
different.
brothers and sister.
Iraq was different from Afghanistan. This is different from Iraq or Afghanistan. But the common strand to all of these is
One
it's going to
sister.
cost the American people a lot of money, and it's working class people that are going to have to do the fighting and dying and taking the burden of the
Hellbound.
decisions made by elites without any
Easy,
planning.
Why are
hellbound.
Democrats putting a war power resolution under Trump, but they didn't do it under Obama?
Certainly are.
Well, they should have, actually.
Twisted sister.
What was wrong then is also wrong now. I came here to Congress to do my job and to do my duty, to put the American people back in place in the driver's seat, to end endless conflicts, and that is
Yeah,
what I'm going
right.
to do.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right, just listening in there to the Representative Jason Crow from Colorado, the Democrat, talking about that Congress needs to take
talking like a
that
Democrat
power
there,
back,
true
talking
Democrat
about
there.
the War Powers Resolution, also noting some of the distinct
You got
differences
demons.
between what we saw
Get those
in the
demons
Middle
out of your
East,
head.
in Iraq and Afghanistan, and now in Iran. He also said he sits on several committees, including Intelligence and Armed Services, saying he doesn't believe that there was any imminent
Yeah,
threat.
exactly,
We're also
Bob.
now
He
seeing
cut the
others
strings
stepping
of the
up here
globalist
online now from Fox.
puppet
Let's listen back
masters,
in.
and they're mad. You know what? But they're still puppet mastering a lot of other leaders of the world. That's for sure, Bob.
To talk about why it's
Trump,
so important that we
you know, you
stop
got to
Iran
give
from
Trump
getting a
credit.
nuclear weapon. That's been the objective from day
You know,
one.
and people
They
go,
talked about
"Oh, you're a
some of the threats.
MAGA,
Obviously, I
Tommy.
can't go into
You're a
the
MAGA."
things that were discussed.
No, I'm not a
in
MAGA, but
classified
I
setting.
definitely can
But they've
see
been very clear what the
what
mission is.
Trump is doing,
And
what he's
of
doing
course,
right
we
and
know they
wrong.
complied with the War
Not everything
Powers
that
Act,
Trump
which
does and says is
some
correct,
previous
but
administrations didn't even do, but President
you
Trump
know,
has
generally
done that,
speaking, Trump is
and he's
doing a pretty good
operating under
job.
his legal
Damn
authority
good
to
job.
keep America safe from the threat of a
I'll
nuclear
give him credit
Iran.
for that.
And let's not forget that this is a regime that has killed hundreds of Americans over
Yeah.
years, over decades.
That's what you have to keep in mind,
This has
right?
been going on for a long time. Iran's declared war against us decades ago. Whether or
Yeah.
not we were going to deal with this threat, something a lot of American
Sooner or later,
presidents talked
somebody
about.
had to do
President
something.
Trump actually took decisive action to keep America safe.
We're hot on
from
X tonight.
A very
Right,
tyrannical
everyone on
regime
X.
that not only killed their own people, but has killed Americans over decades and would continue to do so. And it made it clear their intent was to get a nuclear
deep you
weapon.
can see
And
China.
they chant death to America. And this president recognized that threat.
Grab a
and did something about
firecracker
it.
while
And
you're
we appreciate
down
that
there.
He's done that as we pray for our troops who are carrying out this important mission. Take a couple of questions.
Iran funded
Your
protests.
Democratic counterparts have
I
said
wouldn't
that
doubt it.
They did not hear enough of a plan, that there's not necessarily a plan for the day after, that there's not a deep plan for protecting Americans. that
Iran
need to
pushed
get
a
out.
lot of
What do you say to
propaganda.
that in response?
Well, maybe they don't want to hear what the plan is because they just don't like this president. They seem to root against anything he does.
Mhm.
But everybody's acknowledged the threat that Iran has posed to the world and specifically to the United States for decades. People in both parties have done that for a long, long time. Some people have ignored the threat, but the threat was getting worse. Their ability to enrich uranium, to develop a nuclear weapon, had been growing. And everybody knows that.
They've been working
this
on
president
nuclear
finally did
weapons for a
something
long
about
time. As a matter of fact, where I live here, the students that would come to Iran, to Edmonton, would take nuclear sciences at the university. Why is that?
We know
Think
Iran
about
not
it.
only had multiple facilities where they were developing nuclear weapons, but as soon as that operation was over, it was called Operation Midnight Hammer, I believe.
They were really going
Iran
hard
went right back
for
to
nuclear.
work trying to develop a nuclear weapon. And by the way, not only drones, but ballistic missiles to carry out.
And we were teaching them how to
nuclear
do it
weapons.
right here
And if
in
you
the
look
city
at
that
some
I
of the
live in
negotiations that
at
were
the
going
university.
on, prior to
They were
this
training
operation
them.
being carried out, the president and his diplomatic team, led by Secretary of State Rubio, had been trying to reach a diplomatic solution for months. And Iran had taken every ability to negotiate, for example, enriching uranium off the table. The delivering of ballistic missiles off the table. They made it very clear they had absolutely no intention of stopping the push,
Remember they
the mad rush to get a
hacked
nuclear
those
weapon. So even though
centrifuges so that they'd
operation
spin
was
super
successful,
fast and
they went
explode?
right back to work trying to develop a nuclear weapon and enriching uranium, and they had multiple locations where they were doing
That
that.
was years ago
A request for a supplemental
when that happened.
The House passed one.
There was early talk of a supplemental, but we're not at a stage where any of those numbers could be discussed. Look, you're going to see a robust debate about this over the next weeks and months. But the American people are looking at this too, and they're wondering, is the world and America specifically safer with this Iranian regime gone? And when you look at their abilities that they
Absolutely.
were moving and advancing on to get a nuclear weapon, what would they have done with that when they are chanting death to America?
Yeah.
Take them at their word, because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have killed hundreds of American troops
Death to America.
over
In
the
fact,
last few decades, and they were
it's
continuing
not only
to do
people
that.
over
This
there
isn't
saying that,
some
it's
new
people
threat.
over here.
It's been an ongoing threat, but the
We
threat
have
was
to
getting more imminent.
Just quit importing anybody that says death to America, death to Canada.
Imminently going to get a nuclear weapon. A
Just
decade
quit
ago,
bringing
he was
them
saying
in.
weeks or months away.
Enough
Anthony
already.
Blinken, Biden's Secretary of State, said they are weeks away. So for decades, they've been apparently weeks away. So how do you expect Americans to believe
Exactly,
now
CJ.
that this was actually the time when they were about to get it and we struck at the perfect moment?
I don't speak for other countries, but if you listen to what President Trump has talked about, our intelligence has shown that Iran had become very close to being able to deliver nuclear capabilities. And after Midnight Hammer, they still were pursuing nuclear ambitions to go and kill them and do harm to Americans. And they were making it clear. Just listen to what Iran was saying. They were telling you what they wanted to do. And again, these are the same people that were chanting death to America because that is what they wanted to do with nuclear weapons.
Terrible.
And that's why President Trump has made it clear you cannot have a world where Iran has a nuclear weapon because, yes, they're a threat to a lot of countries, especially in the Middleeast region, but they're a direct threat to America, and they've killed Americans for decades.
You know what?
And they
There
had
could
no
be
intention
sleeper
to stop.
cells in the
Even with
States or
diplomatic
Canada
means, they had
that
no
could do
intention
harm
of
right
rolling
within
back those plans.
America. So
President Trump
be
is
prepared.
carrying out a very important mission that's making America safer. And we're praying for the safety and true effectiveness of this mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
You know what? You're saying RIP
I just wanted
Trump's
to
gas
say
prices,
briefly that we had a full house tonight.
but they're
I
still
believe
pretty
this is
low.
the
Like oil has not shot up to $100 a barrel. Still being capped pretty low.
Now the full house was there. Many people attended. There were good questions. There was good exchange of information, and I was grateful for the briefers of giving yet another valuable amount of time to come and talk with the House. They made clear, and they've been very consistent from the beginning, that the objective, the mission here, the rationale for it is very clear and very simple. You've heard it articulated over and over and over from the President of the United States, from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of War, myself, and many others who have said this over and over. I'm not sure why there are lingering questions about this. This is really a very simple matter. It's about the building of ballistic missiles. That's what Iran was engaged in. And they were doing it at a speed and at a scale that was exceeding the ability of our regional allies to respond appropriately. This created an imminent and serious threat. It also gave them cover to continue with their nuclear ambitions. As you know, we tried very hard to negotiate with them about that nuclear enrichment of uranium. We tried to talk with them about their continuing to fund their proxies, all the terrorist organizations that have wreaked havoc and killed Americans and American citizens. And the buildup of their missiles was so important and so serious that the President of the United States, this president, thought that it was a great enough threat that we needed to act. We had a narrow and unique opportunity, a window of opportunity to act, and if that window had passed, it would have been much more difficult for us to achieve the mission. The mission is very simple. It's twofold. We take out their ability to launch ballistic missiles and to produce ballistic missiles, and we downgrade their Navy. That's it. That's what we're doing. It's short in scope. It does not violate the law in any way. It was explained here very well. I'm a constitutional law attorney, used to litigate these questions.
You're right, Jim.
We had counsel
I remember
from the
that
DOJ
happening
here tonight who said very well,
And there's
clearly,
more. There are lots of
just short of citing these
Iranians
specific
up
case
here
law,
in
but
Canada
explained that this
that
has
are
been a
like
tradition
part
for
of that
decades.
regime
The president is well
that
within his
ran
constitutional
when they
authority
heard
to do
this
what
was
he has
all
done,
happening.
and it is entirely
And we
consistent
welcomed
with the
them all
history
with open
of
arms.
former presidents for at
Go
least 4
figure.
decades. There's no question about this. The Democrats never had any question about it when Democrat presidents were using this authority. When you look at the analysis of the War Powers Act and the law
Hitting
that
the jerk.
applies and the powers that are given to the Commander-in-Chief under Article 2 of the Constitution, President Trump has done exactly what he should do. He is squarely within the law. He used
Bring it
his
on.
discretion and his authority and the intelligence that he had, exquisite as it was, as is demonstrated by its effectiveness, and he did what he should have done as a commander-in-chief. The idea that a few colleagues here would try to move a war powers motion and resolution to the floor right now is dangerous. Imagine a scenario where Congress would vote
It's dangerous. Oh,
no
no.
longer allowed.
You are a man, I am a machine. Other than that slight difference, we have a great deal in common.
Is firing almost seemingly
Warning,
indiscriminately
warning,
at
warning.
targets. They're trying to intimidate America. They're trying to test our resolve. And the idea that there's some members of this legislative body that would play along with that plays right into the hands of the enemy. And I think it's shameful. I do believe we have the votes to defeat it. I certainly hope we do, because we have lots of troops, service members in harm's way right now, and the balance of this thing is hanging there. It's been very effective thus far. It needs to be completed. We don't need Congress getting in the way of that. Yes, ma'am.
Good point there, Bob.
Thank you so much. Is there any indication of plans? Representative Scalise said he heard one. Democrats say they're not hearing one. What happens when the war ends? What does that look like? And then what does the day after look like?
Look, no one can.
Those Democrats will interfere with anything good that you try and do. You know that?
We have taken out what appears
It's
to
like
be top.
everything
few
is like
of leaders and potential leaders who would take over there. It is time for the people of Iran to step up.
It's got to be
and
woke.
seize this
If
moment
it's
of
not
opportunity
woke,
for them,
they're
the
not
one that
going to
they
go
have
along with
long
it.
Awaited to have freedom there. We're encouraging that. We're hopeful for that. I think our NATO allies and our other allies around the world are watching with great anticipation and hope. I suspect that the entire world will reach out a hand of encouragement and assistance as is needed to help them. We have no ability to get into the nation building business. We don't do that. We're not the world's policemen. America has enough trouble of our own.
Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to ban Edward Cam.
To be able to stand on their own 2 feet and seize this moment of opportunity.
Give me a
We're
1 in
certainly
the
hopeful
chat
and prayerful
if you want
that
me
they
to
will,
ban
and that no other
Edward
innocent
Cam.
people are killed. Iran, by some estimates, murdered tens of thousands of their own citizens just within the last several weeks. Those people are now deceased. They do not have the ability to do that. There's still dangerous folks there, but there's more good people. There's more people who desire to have freedom and liberty, and there are terrorists and tyrants in the world. I'm grateful for that. This is their moment to step up, and I hope they will. Thank you.
All right, just listening in there to Speaker Mike Johnson talking about exactly what was said during this briefing there on Operation Epic Fury inside of the U.S. Capitol building.
I already banned a
Also,
whole bunch of
lawyers
other
were
people.
in that facility talking about the constitutionality of it all. Let's listen back in. We're having more lawmakers step up.
What are you most concerned
Well,
about?
the same thing I was concerned about after the strikes of last summer. That the only question here, if you're worried about Iranians' ability to put together a nuclear weapon on a short time scale, is where is their
leader of the
stockpile
pack
of 60% enriched uranium? We have heard that they had never had a plan, not last summer and not now, to destroy that, to seize it, or to put it under international inspection. And until that happens, Iran will be very close to making as many, in a non-classified situation, many observers have pointed out, Iran can use that material to make a handful of Hiroshima-style nuclear devices.
Empty ban
Not the
list.
sort you can put on a missile, but the sort
Okay,
you
well,
can
maybe I
deliver
should
by
want me to
a number of
unban
other ways.
Cadamus Rex and about 10 other people.
So I
Al
was very
Munson and his
disappointed that we did not see a plan
Should I unban?
to put that material under control or destroy it.
Bring them back in, and if they're naughty, then they'll get banned
more
again.
lawmakers stepping up here on Live Now from Fox from the U.S. Capitol building.
I'm going to go look at my ban list here. Hang on.
If you fail to plan,
You plan to fail.
you plan to fail.
I know, I said that. You can quote me.
There's no plans. What happens afterwards? There's no plans. What was planned to get Americans out of the way that are still stuck there? There's no plan.
Hang on. Why is Brett Boyle banned? Who banned
We have
Brett?
not learned the lessons of the past. What we see continuing here is number one.
Somebody banned Brett.
We had 1
Who the
hour.
hell did that? I didn't ban
1
you,
hour.
Brett. So I'm going to unban you.
For members of Congress to ask questions.
See, I'll unban Sandy
when all they
Foster,
have ever had was 2
Dean Wall,
meetings,
Mikey
gang
Mike
of
Mike, Al Munson,
1 meeting
No Diggity,
with the gang of 12 or 18 or whatever it was.
Cadamus Rex,
That's it.
Canine Gaming,
1 hour that they wanted to cut
and
short
Chucky Charlie,
and tell members to ask a
She-Hawk.
question. And 1
But I'm
meeting.
going to leave Lolo's Lounge
No
banned
hearings.
because she likes calling
Foreign
people
Affairs
bigots.
Committee,
So
I've asked
Lolo's
the chairman of
Lounge,
the committee over and
you're going
over
to stay
again, can
banned
you
on
bring
my channel.
administrative,
Not that you ever come over here anyway.
administration officials in, none.
Okay, there you go.
No
Everybody's
citing,
unbanned.
and no one
except
allowed
Lolo.
to talk to Stephen Witkoff or Jared Kushner
There you
to
go.
ask them about the negotiations
Caught
that
me
were
on a good
supposed to be
day, I
taking
guess.
place. In fact, it seems as though this was pre-planned all along.
But if
because
anybody
when you
acts
hear
up,
Prime Minister
Yeah,
Netanyahu
you're
said
free
this
to
has been
ban them
planned
all,
months ago.
except for Brett. Don't ban Brett. Leave Brett alone. That's why Brett is mad at me, because somebody banned him. I didn't ban Brett.
The war started when it started. Because there was
probably Troy
no
banned Brett.
imminent threat to the United States of America.
Yeah, I didn't ban you.
So here we are again.
I wish I knew who did ban you.
Without answers.
See, Brett, you'd know if you had a wrench.
Without complete transparency.
Because you'd see it in the chat.
Again,
or you didn't want a
trying to go around
wrench.
Congress, which is why tomorrow's vote on
the hell
war
did
powers
that?
resolution is tremendously important because we don't have a king and we're not a parliament. We're the Congress that stated that only
I know, but you elected
Congress
Trump,
declare
so
war.
let him
And
have a
everyone
little
in
bit
the
of leeway.
room and other places says this is a war.
If you
Now,
let
in this
Congress
room,
try and
they were saying this was not
start a war, it would never
so you
start,
can get around
especially with the
war
Democrats
powers.
here.
Well, the president says it's a war. The secretaries are saying it is
Yeah,
a
well,
war.
she's not very
Everyone is
smart if
saying
she
it is a war.
willy-nilly
They call
calls
what
people
took place
bigots and
on
stuff
the
like that.
12-day war.
She calls too many names.
To Congress.
It's like a
Answer
name-calling
our
lefty,
questions
so I don't like that.
and put the case to the American people. Convince and let the American people know what took place and why. I've been here a long time. I was here in 2003.
XPW.
At least George W.
Popping
Bush.
in the chat.
Colin Powell.
Hit
went
that
before
sub
the
button, by
committee.
the way.
He went
Sub up
before
to the
UN.
channel.
George
Even if you're
Bush
watching
went
on your
before
TV set,
all of the people
click
of the
the
United
remote to
States
get into the
over
sub
and over
sub thing.
again,
Push the up
trying
button
to convince them
on your TV up, and then go over, slide
that
over
Saddam
to sub.
Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Free Iran.
At that
free,
time,
free,
I looked
free,
because
free,
I had
free
access.
Iran.
Truth of the matter is, there was times I could just call somebody in the administration. They didn't call me down to the White House. They came to my office to try to convince me on what it was. I did not see a nexus. They did the same thing.
Ayatollah is visiting the 96
And this time they
virgins right
convinced
now.
me that there was a connection to 9/11. This administration, the Trump administration, is doing everything that they can
Trumpsky.
not to tell the American people the real reason why it was absolutely necessary.
Feeds coming to us courtesy of Fox Television. Fox TV. Thank you very much, Fox. 72 virgins? I don't know how many.
As far as diplomacy,
You guys will know. You guys will figure that out. Do a
never was
search.
really on the table.
How many
I
virgins
think
are
that
there?
What Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, this was planned months ago. That's what he said.
I
So
already
I think
unbanned
that
K9.
President Trump,
The only one that I left in there
Prime
was
Minister Netanyahu, decided
Lolo.
a month ago or more that this is what they were
Lolo
going
is
to
banned.
do. Now, without
K9
telling
is
anyone
not
or
banned.
having the reasons
No.
to be able to explain.
There's nobody banned
But I
except
think that-
Lolo right now.
I know on President Trump's side, he thinks that he can do whatever he wants to do and take us into
free
war
the
after
band.
war. I mean, I think there's 6 or 7 times already where he's utilized the military. He acts like it's
Why would they
his
ban
toy.
K9?
And then he
Because
talks
K9
about
was
it.
talking in
You know, he's at a ceremony honoring
Cadamus
people and
Rex's
starts
channel.
talking about curtains and him doing the fixing the. I think it's
Dissipating,
gotten
calling
what he's
people
doing
fat
in the
and
White
stuff like
House.
that.
Our young
Yeah, Lolo the local.
men and women lives are on the line. The
No
hardest
locals
vote for me
allowed.
since I've been in Washington, D.C. is to vote to decide whether or not our men and women should go into battle. Not joke about it and talk about curtains. It's serious. But do you see how he plays with it and seemingly don't take it serious about the seriousness and the lives of the men and women in our military who, I might add,
You
they're
can have
great.
an opinion,
They
but
do
it's
their
when you
job.
start attacking
They're
people
focused
for the way they look
on this country.
or
and they will
the
do
way they
whatever
talk,
the commander-in-chief tells them to do.
you know,
So
or
I
just the way they
admire
are. Like, I don't like
them.
that.
They
You know,
deserve
like, people go,
know
oh, Tommy Temper, you don't have a neck,
we're
or
in
something stupid
this
like that,
war
you know.
At this time. They deserve to know.
Did you hear any indication in the briefing?
You know, and I go, oh, I don't have the neck, says the guy that hides behind a keyboard in
I'm not gonna talk about anything specific in
anonymity
that regard.
and never
Since
shows
we're
his
in the class,
face.
I'm giving you what my You know, not what was said in there, but I'm telling you what I got out
because
of it.
Queenie doesn't say stuff about me. She's smart enough
as a result
to not say stuff
not only
about
what took place in
me.
there today, but what has taken place.
She doesn't like sit there and bash me all day long over in her chat. She might come over here and call me a goof or something idiotic like that, whatever, on a panel. But she doesn't just sit over there bashing me all day long,
because the president decided
like they do over in Cadamus Rex's channel.
It's because there was an imminent threat another day.
That's
Each
the difference.
day, sometimes twice a day, the rationale for doing this changes. That tells me it is not serious, and they're not talking straight to the American people on something that is life and death.
Plus, Queenie is she's sort of she has a voice where she gets on panels and stuff like that. She causes controversy. She bullshits. You know what I mean? Like those other guys, all they do is they just go over to some other troll channel and keyboard warrior. You know, never hear him getting on any panel or anything like that.
This is his presidency. This is his.
Yeah, what happened to my neck?
And he's
nothing.
Got to stand up. And
looking
he's going
good.
To be held.
I'm actually on a weight loss program, so I'm losing weight a little bit here. So my neck will be getting skinnier as time goes on.
I'm going to add just a few comments. I'm Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury of the Oversight Committee, and I just want to directly respond to what the speaker just said to the
football
press,
player.
Which is that Congress should stay out of it.
Football player
My
neck.
response is, Mr. Speaker, have you read the United States Constitution? Because the U.S. Constitution is clear that the power to declare war squarely sits with Congress. And it is very clear that this administration has not put
no more fast food. Well,
viable
only once a day.
for why
Nubs.
the U.S. should be declaring war on Iran.
Only fast food
and why
once a
it
day.
has deployed military resources without congressional authorization. So let me amplify a few things that Ranking Member Meeks has put forward. First of all, has this administration provided a viable legal theory of why we should be going to war with Iran? No. Has this administration put
I'm not a
forward
pencil neck.
a credible piece of evidence as to why there was an imminent threat that meets a legal threshold for attacking Iran? No. Can they explain what their post-conflict plan is for rebuilding and stabilizing the region? No. Can they explain whether and how the breakdown in diplomatic efforts occurred? No. Can they explain why they hit a school full of school children and murdered over
It was an accident.
over 100 school children? No. And can they explain how they plan to stop the loss of U.S. service members? No. In fact, as has already been stated publicly, they expect more deaths of American
Irgc might have killed those school children too. You don't know. We don't know yet.
That Congress pass
Still
this
out.
war powers resolution. This is Congress's square responsibility, and we are not going to allow this administration to continue to act illegally, unconstitutionally, and without the designated authority to do what it is doing. So thank you very much.
All right, just listening in there to different lawmakers speaking out on Capitol Hill following this briefing as we continue to follow it. We're
Hang on. Wasn't she trying to unjustify what Trump was doing?
6 individuals, or 4 of these 6, that paid the ultimate sacrifice as 6 U.S.
Hang
service
on.
members
Yeah, you know what?
died following
This is my own opinion, but I've been following the Middleeast for a long time, and Iran has had it coming for a long time. This Islamic regime is not good business at all. It was the worst thing for the entire Middle East, honestly. And somebody had to do something about it sooner or later.
Of Bellevue, Nebraska, and Sergeant Declan Cody of Des Moines, Iowa.
Exactly.
They were deployed out of Iowa.
Time to pay the piper.
4 of these 6 individuals identified following that incident
Because it was a surprise attack, Edward. It wouldn't have been a surprise attack if you would have gone, we should bomb Iran. Let's put this through Congress first and ask for their permission. No, it was a surprise attack.
Who put it all on the line every
it wouldn't have worked
They represent the heart of
if they would have known it was going to happen.
Remember their names, their service, and their sacrifice. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox.
That's why it worked so well. Right? If they would have knew it was coming, wow. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Yo. Watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper, and we're coming to you live from that cold city of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You know what I'm talking about. The place where it's so cold that only Eskimos live in igloos up here. As you can see out my window here, you wouldn't want to be sleeping on the balcony tonight because you'd freeze your ass off. So don't do stupid stuff like that when you live in a cold country. And if you're like a homeless person, cardboard boxes just don't cut it. Hate to tell you. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you're enjoying the Fox information here. Should we have a panel? I'll drop a link. But, if just one person comes on the panel, that's not a panel. Just saying. But I will drop a link here. Branded, welcome for the guests. Hey, whatever that is, I'll go for that. If you come up as a guest, you can also stream this to your destination. I will copy that and post it down there. Put that up there. Let me see if I can pin that. I don't think I can pin that there. On a vertical. Can I pin a message to a vertical? I don't think so. Oh. Let me just find my horizontal feed. Here we are. I wish I could stop my vertical feed. Then I could get the voice, text to voice thing operational on the horizontal feed. Why it only likes the vertical, I have no idea. Just pin that to the ceiling. In the message. Oh my gosh. I'll start a goal here. 10 super chats. Heal and higher. Let's drop it down. $2. There we go. What'll happen? I don't know what'll happen. After 1 hour, I will say hello. Share how you're assembling. I hate when they do that. What am I going to... I'm not going to celebrate anything. I'm going to just yell. Yell at you. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, hang on. Yell at you. Like capital Y. Probably wondering what that's all about. Okay. Let's get this thingamajiggy going here where we got a panel. There's the link. You're the panel. Without you, there is no panel. So if you're the panel, you need to click that link and I will invite you up on the panel here, okay? That's how it works, okay? Come on. Let's get this thing going. Let's get a panel going here. We can talk about this Iranian, American, Israeli war or whatever else you might want to talk about. Let's go for it. Let's go. Come on. Nubs, Mossad, get up here. I want to hear what you have to say about this thing. You can represent the Israeli side of things. And then we need Brett up here. He can represent the Islamic regime. And Bob Cox, you can represent the Americans. How about that? CJ, you can represent the Canadian Mark Carney. No, Daisy, you can actually represent the Americans. Trump lover. You don't want to represent Carney. Oh, I don't blame you at all. At all. At all. At all. Hey, did you guys hear my latest theme song for when I do my late night show?
From the shadowed foothills of the Alberta Rocky Mountains, where the pines stand silent under star-filled skies, and the peaks hide secrets older than time itself. This is Tommy Temper, After Dark. Good evening, or good morning, wherever the darkness finds you tonight across this vast, strange world of ours. We're coming to you live from a place where the veil is thin, where UFOs drift silently above the tree line, where UAPs blink in and out of radar, where the whispers of aliens, the occult, ghost, Bigfoot, cryptids, and things that should not be still walk among us.
This is my Tommy Temper late night theme. When we do our late night show, this is the intro.
This is Tommy Temper, After Dark.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate that.
And we're just
Big
getting
up.
started. Welcome, friends. Let's see what's out there.
It's CJ, today's sponsor of the show. Watch out for the blood moon tonight. And the eclipse of the moon. Oh, yeah. Loving it. I like that. Oh, yeah. Can't beat that. And of course, the guy that I want to boot from the channel, Edward Edward Cam says, Tommy, this AI slop is hilarious. Come on. Edward Cam, do you have a channel? Do you do anything with the channel? Do you have you produced anything? Have you tried to do anything? Or you just, sit there and go, oh man, I think I hate everything. Anything, everything, just everything out there is just so hateable. I think I'll just hate on everything because there's not one damn thing out there that is of any value whatsoever. Right. And I won't try and do any better either. Right. I'll just be an armchair critic my whole life and just criticize everything that everybody else does. How much effort did I put into that, Tommy? Okay. Did you hear the words? I'm the one that came up with the words. Okay. I didn't write the music, but I actually chose the music, right? So that the music would at least be themed for like a late night show, So I did that. And yeah, I chose the words. So there you go. Well, yeah, there was some of the, it's generated by AI from what I type in to what it actually says. And yeah, I know. I don't like some of the pronunciation that Slop does. It could be better, but there you go. Don't tell me. I did. I wrote it. I said I wrote everything that I wanted. I want you to do a song, and the song has to incorporate these elements, right? So I came up with all of the different ideas and put it together, and then wrote that song. I actually wrote 2 different versions of it, and there's a male version and a female. That one was the female. I liked it actually better. So I don't do too much of that kind of stuff, but once in a while, I do the odd thing like that. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. You're either going to like it or you're going to hate it. Okay? So relax.
Oh, Catwoman.
Relax.
Catwoman, will you never learn?
No, never. Catwoman will never learn. Okay. Let's get that panel going. Come on, you guys. Get up here. My channel will never be a panel show. You see, where's AMC? AMC's out there, and he's like, you got guys like LC, right? Lincoln Kane. Like, he has no problems getting people to come up on a panel. He's got people lining up. He like whips at them, like, stay down. You're not coming up here right now. And people like begging, please, can I come up on panel? I want to drink. I want to get drunk with you, Lincoln. Meanwhile, up here, it's like everyone is like, I'm afraid to be on panel with Tommy Temper. I'm too afraid. Except for Queenie. She hears someone bashing her, and she's like, right away, like, let me up. Nobody's going to say anything negative about me, or else I'll bash the hell out of him and call him a pedo. Yeah. But I do remember when Daisy came up here, and she used the N-word, and then I had to throw her off the panel. So, yeah. And then I took your wrench away. Remember that, Daisy? Back in the days when I first met you? Queenie introduced me to you and said, here's Daisy. She's a good person. So I gave you a wrench and invited you up on the panel, and that lasted about 10 seconds. And then there you go. Yeah. Wow. Assaulted his GF on a live stream. Yeah, well, these things happen, Yeah, I know. It's not a good example. Whatever. He's an example. I don't know. People are people. Everyone likes to put down other people, I don't like to put anybody down. But, on the other hand, people do what they want to do. And I can't keep people from doing what they want. But on the other hand, I'm not going to, call people out for anything that they do. It's just not my style. I like to, try and give people compliments and things like that, like, CJ, thank you very, that kind of a compliment. Got to be a complimentary person in this world. I think you get further in life, by being nice to people than you will be to being negative to people, Yeah, right. I see your nose growing. No, I'm not lying. We don't lie, even though Kiana will come up here and go, you lie, you're a liar, you're a liar. Yeah, right. Probably calls everyone a liar, but not me. We're not a liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Hey, what's this one?
In the shadow of the Rockies,
I wrote this one.
Blow,
listen to this song.
Albertans rise up, tired of the status quo. Oil sands pumping black gold, beef on the grill so fine. Grain fields waving golden, canola blooming in the sunshine. But Ottawa's taking our billions, unfair equalization gain, sending it east to Quebec while we shoulder the blame. No more pipelines blocked, no more carbon tax chains. We're done with the feds breaking free from their reins. Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through.
What?
No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall, cutting loose from the strife.
I just clicked the link. Looks pretty good. No, that link works good.
From the prairie to the peace, where the eagles soar high.
There you go. My link works good. The link works really, 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 really good. Good.
Stealing our hard-earned pay while they push their agendas, turning night into day. Beef ranchers and farmers, grain silos stand proud. Oil rigs turning profits under Alberta's cloud. No more begging for ports, landlocked but strong we stand. We'll negotiate our future with the world in our hand. Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through. No more woke liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall, cutting loose from the strife.
No, I don't have anyone banned on StreamYard.
As we claim our own land.
Nobody.
Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand.
Nobody.
Alberta freedom, let the anthems roll. We're building our nation forevermore.
And the link works good. Yeah, I wrote this song. This is my Alberta freedom song. When Alberta separates. This is Alberta separation. That's what the song is all about.
No more sending our wealth to fund their endless schemes. Our pensions rising, fulfilling our dreams. Tired of the liberals, their rules and their games. Albertans awakening.
Explain it.
Falling out on
Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Let's go. Sexplain. Mansplain. Transplain.
Canola fields yellow, beef herds grazing free. Oil sands fueling
Rotel.
futures as far as the eye can see. We're Albertans first, with hearts full of fire. Separation's the answer, lifting us higher. No more
Not letting you?
for a broken confederation. Freedom's our birthright, our declaration.
Probably StreamYard has you banned. Not mine, but StreamYard period has you banned. Because I don't have anybody banned at all. Let me see. I don't even know how to ban or unban anybody. To be honest with you. Where the hell do they have place? Oh, hang on. I heard somebody beep here. There's a test. Let's see your face. I saw somebody pop up there. It said test, don't add. So somebody was testing. Yeah. Let's go. Alberta proud. Alberta proud. Okay, that's it. So who's our first customer today? We need a customer. Come on up here. First customer of the day. First customer was test, don't add. So whoever test, don't add was, I didn't add you. And I guess you were just testing. Yeah, it let me in, says Edward Cam. Oh, that must have been Edward Cam. There you go. No, but I don't even know where on StreamYard that you can actually take and ban somebody or unban somebody. Oh, let's see what this is. What's this all about? They got a new thing in here called People. And in the People segment here, let's see. I see myself, stage, one person. They got a new part of it here now. Copy, invite link, share this link to bring more guests live. I don't know what the hell that's all about. Let's see. What else could it all be about here? I don't know. No idea what that's all about. But I don't know where that section is here to check and see who's banned from your live stream. All I know is that I never actually banned anybody from the stream here. But here's Brett. Look, it's Brett. Good to see you, Brett.
Yeah, StreamYard link works.
It's working, 100%. Looking good. Somebody said you were bad-mouthing me, but I never banned you from my chat if you were bad-mouthing me about that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I was. To be fair, though, I was also bad-mouthing a bunch of other people.
Oh,
so
okay.
it wasn't restricted to just you.
Okay.
But I've grown a little tired of the, I'm going to turn you up a bit. Seem quiet.
Yeah, you're very loud here. So
I am kind of loud, sorry.
Okay.
Check my audio.
What were you bitching about me for? I don't do anything wrong. I'm just Mr. Nice Guy, you know?
Okay, is that better?
Treat everyone so nice. Yeah.
No, it was more, honestly, Tommy, not gonna lie, it was more about, I was basically bitching everybody out that said they were a part of any kind of freedom convoy protests, because they're not being about the actual freedom in the sense that they keep helping the establishment. You know, I'm part of groups on Facebook and stuff like that, you know that. And I keep seeing all these people that think they're being like some kind of rebellion, and all they're talking about is voting for the conservatives. And it's like, establishment conservatives is not changed. Like, Pierre is a career politician. He's groomed for position. His previous bosses are Stephen Harper and Jason Kenney, who pushed the temporary foreign worker program. Second in charge of the conservatives is Melissa Lantsman. She's a Ukraine Zionist. So Pierre's already openly stated funding for the Ukraine is going to continue. Support for the Ukraine is going to continue. Support for Israel is going to continue. Like, nothing is radically changing with voting for establishment conservatives, right? So there's that aspect of it that I'm obviously not happy with. But there's also the aspect of, we've been lied to about Iraq. We've been lied to about Ukraine. We've been lied to about Syria. We've been lied to about Libya, like all these other places we've been lied to about over and over and over again. And yet, for some reason, all these so-called freedom people are jumping on board, believing everything the U.S. government and Israel says about freeing the people of Iran, right? Just like they freed the people of Iraq or freed the people of Libya. Like, they're not freeing anybody in the Middle East or West Asia. Whenever Israel, the U.S. goes anywhere over there, it's nothing but destruction, death, and a very important fact for everybody in Europe and North America, what else it causes is refugees. And Troy was pointing it out earlier in chat, talking about, like, this is bad. With Iran striking these places in the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi, etc., everywhere there's a U.S. base, everywhere the supporting U.S. bases was struck, which I'm sure knocked the socks off the U.S. and Israel, because they probably weren't expecting all their bases in these other countries to get freaking struck so very fast and with efficiency.
That's why Trump was out there ahead of time, being like almost preactive in striking first, knowing full well that if he knew that Israel was going to strike at Iran. So if the US
because
wasn't
Israel
in there helping
is the cause of
then they would
wars.
probably be doing exactly what they are doing, which is hitting back at anything to do with Israel, which is American, which is all the American bases. So what is happening, it would probably have happened anyway.
Well, Israel's been pushing for that for 4 decades. They've been saying since like 1984 that Iran is just weeks away from a nuclear missile. And let's not forget, Trump just last year said, Iran's nuclear capabilities are completely eliminated. They're not a threat. They're dealt with, zeroed. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, we're going to stop them. But back to the point that I was making there. Back to the point that was being made. Hold on.
They bombed
back to the
Iran
point that was being made that Troy
and stopped them from producing the nuclear weapons, and then they come and dig it out and they get all the stuff,
Iran
and then
nukes.
they try and build another bomb again there. They just don't want to
why
say
doesn't,
no. Why doesn't Iran just come out and say, you know what, we'll leave it alone. We won't try and produce a nuclear bomb. And remember, Iran is also responsible for a lot of these cells all over the place that is causing a lot of H&D all over the Middle East.
Well, that's not true at all.
You sure it is?
No, it's not.
Yeah?
Not at all. No.
Yeah, they're funding a whole bunch of stuff that's going on there. Look at the Hezbollah stuff.
That's incorrect
information.
Right now, that's misinformation that you just said. Incorrect.
That's who they're
that's
funding.
Inaccurate information.
Are they not
misinformation.
Supplying drones even to Russia? They're supplying drones to Russia to try and
they're both sovereign countries. They can do that with each other if they want to. It's none of your business, America's business, Canada's business. It's none of our fucking business if Iran and Russia exchange weapons back and forth. That's not our fucking business. Who the heck cares?
It's just another reason. It's just one of the many, many, many reasons. And look at, what about Iran, where they have just incarcerated 40,000 people over the last month or so with the protests that are going on there.
You know what? If you don't like the whole Islam regime in Iran, then you know who you have to blame? Israel and the United States. Because in 58 and in 79, the fucking CIA, Mossad, and MI6 were all over involved, fingers in Iran, changing regimes, doing coups, etc.
I know.
Before
the internet, it was said that the previous
prior to the
1950s was supposedly installed by the U.S.
Tommy. Prior to the 1950s, Iran was more forward thinking than the United States of Israel. All right. They were very advanced. They're a civilization that's been around for thousands of years. The Persians gave us algebra. Okay. They're super fucking smart. Super smart.
But the Persians are not Muslim. The people are not Muslim in Iran.
Right. Exactly. Thank your
what
CIA
is
and
the Islamic
Mossad.
regime doing trying to control
Thank your
the
CIA
whole
and
country?
Mossad. Just like the fucking CIA and Mossad are responsible for ISIS, the CIA and Mossad are responsible for Hamas, the CIA and Mossad are responsible for Al Qaeda. All right, all these. What's the one in fucking Africa
Mossad,
there?
Get up here.
There's a number of them.
Well, I know.
So
they get things started,
it's
and then
the
they sort of
U.S.
start
and
running
Israel
and
that are
by
big
themselves.
state sponsors of terrorism. And there's ex-CIA agents that will tell you that the U.S. and Israel are the biggest state sponsors of terrorism. The U.S. is on record a number of times saying the U.S. is entirely responsible for Al Qaeda, arming, funding, training, all of it. So to call it radical Islam, like the U.S. is combating against it when they've entirely funded it, organized it, promoted it, sold it, like people aren't seeing the bigger pictures. Now,
that doesn't make it good, though. That doesn't make it good.
It's not.
Just because they might be responsible for
but it's
it,
being
they
done
should be
by design.
responsible to get rid of it too.
It's being done by design because they want you to say things like that. They want people to go along with this eradication of Islam. Like that's what they want. They're conditioning you to be in that mindset. Now, I don't have long. So I want to point out something very important that Troy touched on and nobody is talking about enough. What is happening in West Asia, and it's going to create a massive amount of refugees and migrants. And where do you think that they're going to get pushed into?
Well, if you're talking about Iranians, they're already in Canada.
Not only
they've already split. They're already gone, and now the rest of them, 50,000 of them, are being killed.
I'm not only talking about Iranians. I'm talking about all the other countries in that area that are, Saudi and them have been freaking out because they realized the U.S. left them high and dry. And the U.S. diverted all resources into protecting Israel and left Saudi and the UAE and all of them exposed. Like, you guys are on your own. We're going to help Israel, not you guys.
Well, maybe Trump thought it was going to be a 3-day war like Russia.
So let's not distract away from the point that people in these countries are going to end up being displaced, especially if this escalates. If this escalates bigger and you have countries like Qatar, the UAE, etc., Saudi, that are buddying up and cozy with the US and Israel, those countries are on the hit list because you're helping the enemy at that point if you're helping the US and Israel with their little domination campaign. So people in those countries, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi, etc., people in those countries are going to start being displaced, especially when you're destroying their energy infrastructure, because Iran is targeting the biggest oil refinery on planet Earth in Saudi Arabia just got hit. All right.
Yeah.
Your gas prices, all these Americans, all these Americans, you, Tommy, everybody that's cheering this on, I hope the fuck you guys are ready to pay a hell of a lot more for gas prices, because your gas prices are all about to skyrocket. All your energy prices are about to go way up. So there's all kinds of bad repercussions that are going to occur from this incursion of Iran, who, by the way, Tommy, didn't do anything. They didn't attack anybody, invade anybody. There was no strikes on any bases, literally nothing. They were at the negotiating
they
table.
Attacked their own people.
They were at the negotiating table.
50,000
and when they came to the negotiating table, Israel and America attacked them and blew them up because they were all gathered in one place at the negotiating table. It's despicable what the U.S. and Israel have done and are doing.
In Iran that are no longer here because the
I'm
regime
sorry,
eliminated them because they didn't want any opposition.
Anybody that buys into this free the Iranian people bullshit, don't know the history and that there only is the Islamic regime in Iran is because of the CIA and Mossad.
In Toronto on Saturday protesting, 10,000 Iranians in
it's
Toronto.
all a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. The Jewish Iranians. Anyways, the CIA and Mossad are responsible.
They're just plain old Iranians. All they want is a better life and a better country to live in.
The CIA
and the Islamic
and Mossad
regime is not the way to go. They tried it
CIA
for over 40 years, and it didn't work.
The ones responsible for why Iran was that way. Because previous to the 50s, it was not like that. Women did not have to cover up. They were way more forward thinking than the American fucking states. In the fucking Alabama and Al-Qaeda and shit like that, where it's Persians, Iranians prior to the 1950s, way the fuck more advanced than the United States of Israel. Way more advanced, way more forward thinking. So it's just the facts and the way it is, but it should be important. Your gas prices are going to go up, and you are going to see an influx of immigrants and refugees because of all this. So all you people out there cheering it on, just like you cheered on the war in Iraq, that was a great big fucking lie, enjoy dealing with the consequences. You know not of what you do and what the consequences are for you supporting all this shit. It's bad. It's real bad. And thank you, Troy, for pointing out what shouldn't have to be pointed out.
Okay.
I don't know what else to tell you, man. It's not good. There's y'all pushing for this free the Iranian people shit are literally just pushing for foreign interference in other countries' affairs. Like, by your logic,
by your logic, are fed up. The people went to the streets. The people protested.
By your logic,
to make change within their own country themselves, and
by your logic,
work. They all got slaughtered.
By your logic,
40,000 of them got slaughtered. The government slaughtered them. So if you think that a government that slaughters its own citizens is a good government, I don't know what to say to you.
Yeah, well, nobody's saying that, and we also, some of us are smart enough to recognize that it's due to Western interference that Iran was the way it was. Iran wasn't like that before Western interference. We caused that. We caused that radical Islam in Iran. Westerners did.
Iran was
by interference in their fucking country.
Hey, I was in Iran. I was in before the Ayatollah got into power. I was in Iran. It was nice. People were happy. I went to the university. We were singing
Westerners
songs and stuff like that with
all
the
of that.
It was all a great time. And then all of a sudden, the Islamic regime came and took the country over. There was no
the
reason
Iranian
for it to
people
happen.
did not win the
people
Iranian Revolution in 1979. The CIA and Mossad did. CIA and Mossad won the Iranian Revolution. It's all been by design. Just like Israel backs Hamas. Same thing. These people create their own
opinion. I don't think
that's not an opinion. That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. Netanyahu gives briefcases of money to Hamas. Netanyahu gives briefcases of money to Hamas, suitcases full of money to Hamas. There literally would be no Hamas if it wasn't for Israel. Israel is who promoted them, sponsored them, arms them, funds them, everything.
Oh, come on.
They create their own boogeyman to demonize for propaganda to sell to Western sheeple. They create the boogeyman. And then they sell it to you.
They're fighting Hamas.
They sell it to you to get you to go along with their fucking bullshit. That's the whole, the U.S. funded, sponsored, armed, trained Al-Qaeda. And the U.S. is on record for doing so. They did it to combat the Russians. And now they used Al-Qaeda for demonization purposes and to invade foreign countries. Same thing, Israel is backed. Is like Israel treats ISIS. Wounded, Israel is backing ISIS in Syria, etc. Everywhere the Greater Israel Project is, you'll find ISIS, and Israel backs them. They treat their wounded, they brag about it, etc. They create their own boogeyman to demonize Muslims, and they need to invade these countries, and they're literally controlling you through these.
Well, I don't think that Israel wants to invade
state-sponsored terrorism.
If they wanted to, they would have done it by now.
And I'm
they have
sorry,
their own country.
but
all they want to do is live in peace. But they're not living.
I'm sorry, but I'm getting my information
coming over their borders and terrorists bombing them and stuff like that.
Oh,
and
give me a fucking break. Israel are the fucking terrorists. Israel are the terrorists.
Somebody to fight.
King David Hotel bombing. USS Liberty. Fuck you, Andrew, by the way. USS Liberty. Fucking Lavon affair. 9/11. Israel are the fucking terrorists. Like, big time. I'm just saying. They are creating their own boogeyman to sell for propaganda to the Westerners. It's just the way it is. It's fucking facts. And I'm getting my information.
Connection.
I'm getting my information from ex-CIA agents, American CIA agents,
conspiracy theorists. So, come on.
No, ex-armed forces personnel, ex-CIA agents. I don't know what to tell you, man. Well, yeah, you got to get outside your little bubble.
Stop watching Fox News. Come up with some information that doesn't make it true. Like really,
stop watching Fox News. Start expanding
like, really.
your information intake.
Come on. You got to use a little more common sense.
You need more common sense and get outside your fucking little bubble. Get more information intake. You get a more well-rounded picture.
Hey, I can look all over the internet and get all of the information from the internet, and then I can put it together.
But yet you're not.
I can figure out exactly what's going on. I don't just take a little tidbit of it and run with it.
All right. Okay, well,
like
girlfriend's home. I'm going to peace out. Cheers.
Okay,
stop being so propaganda drunk. Like, dial it back, man. Pump your brakes a bit.
Okay. Take care. That's Brett Boyle coming in from southern Alberta. Let's play a little bit of Alberta bound.
In the shadow of the Rockies, where the wild winds blow, Albertans rise up. Tired of the status quo. Oil sands pumping black gold, beef on the grill so fine. Grain fields
I saw his girlfriend in the background there, cooking up some spaghetti.
But Ottawa's taking our billions on fair equalization game, sending it
hey, Brett's girlfriend.
While we shoulder the blame.
Good to meet you.
No more pipelines blocked, no more carbon tax change. We're done with the feds. Breaking free from their reins. Alberta freedom,
freedom. Let's go.
Independence coming through.
Independence for Alberta.
Liberalism, stealing our way of life. Albertans stand tall.
Come on up. The panel's open.
Rocky Mountains watching as we claim our own land. Freedom for our families with a rifle in hand. Alberta freedom, let the anthems roll.
Because if we do it right, I won't have to move to the States because I'll be able to stay just where I am and not have to be part of Canada. I won't have to do a damn thing. Just vote. It's called democracy.
We're sick of the traitors.
Nothing wrong with democracy.
Equalization's a thief, stealing our hard-earned pay, while they push their agendas, turning night into day. Ranchers and farmers, grain silos stand proud, oil rigs turning profits under Alberta's cloud. No more begging.
Or at least give us equality with Quebec. Whatever Quebec has, we want over here too. Okay.
Alberta freedom, ringing loud and true. Sovereignty calling, independence coming through. No more liberalization, stealing our way of life.
And I never said I hate Canada. Who said that? But like I said, Rex, don't come in here and start right away putting me down because you can get banned again. Right. Did you like being banned? Because I'll ban you again. Just saying.
They say it's illegal, but self-determination's all right. Like Ukraine from the Soviets, we'll fight through the night. No more sending our wealth to fund their endless schemes. Our pensions rising.
I don't hate the country. I hate the government. I hate the people that are running Canada. They're called the Liberals. Mark Carney and his liberal gang. And really, we can't change the country from being liberal out west here. Sorry about that. You guys decide what's happening in the government when the polls close in Ontario. Don't you know? Exactly, Jethro. The mental disorder.
As far as the eye can see. We're Albertans first, with hearts full of fire. Separation's the answer, lifting us higher. No more being the wallet for a broken confederation. Freedom's our birth.
I wrote this song, by the way. Hope you like it. For you, Catamus Rex, and the rest of the Canadians out there that did us wrong. Trying to take our guns away, those liberals. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. And if I can trigger even one of you liberals, it worked. I did a good job. I'll give myself a pat on the back. That's funny. Can't make this shit up. Okay. So, yeah, get up on the panel, Catamus Rex. Debate about it. Get up here. Don't just sit there crying in the chat. You're like keyboard warrior. Oh, Tommy Temper, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. Yeah, right. Get up here. Let's hear what you have to say. Why is Canada so great to be living in Canada here right now? By the way, a lot of our audience is not even Canadian. They're American. Probably 75% of my viewers are American. So it's not just a Canadian show here. We don't just talk about Canadian things. We talk about things that are worldwide, you know, things that think about this. Yeah, Americans that are sitting there, they could care less about you know, Alberta or Canada or, you know, whether we're wanting to stay in Canada or that kind of stuff. You know, they just want to hear about Trump and what's happening in Iran and what's happening with the war and stuff like that. There's all kind of things going on in the world, you know, more than just us. But yeah, I think that that, you know, in Alberta, well, let's put it this way, Rex. This is the way I think, you know, and I don't. Well, actually, I'm not going to say it. But you know how you hold your cards close to your chest and you don't show people what your cards are? Well, that's how we are here right now in Alberta, right? We're doing a thing, and we're pissing you off, and we're pissing off any liberals out there, and you know, we're doing what we want to do. Not every person wants, you know, that lives in Alberta wants to separate, for example, or independence. Not everyone wants that. But, to the same degree, what about Quebec? Why aren't you complaining about Quebec? Quebec is going to be voting for independence here, right? They're going to be putting a plebiscite together and coming up with another vote. In fact, I don't even think they put a plebiscite together. They just get their independent government to put it on the ballot whenever they want. But why aren't you guys complaining about them? Not complaining about anyone over in Quebec. What do you wish? Is it okay for them to separate from Canada, but it's not okay for Alberta? That you're not worried about them at all? You're like, oh, well, we don't care if Quebec separates. Yeah, we didn't want them anyway, They're the ones that are bringing this French on the rest of Canada, and who the hell wants to speak French in, Edmonton, Alberta? I mean, like, really, honestly, nobody speaks French out here. But why do we need French as a second language, or have French on my can of Almer's soup or whatever? We don't need that crap on there. We can just be English out here, English speaking. Gee, just think of all the money we'll save when Alberta becomes independent. We won't have to have French on all of our cans. We won't have to have French in the judicial system or in the government systems and all the rest of that. We can just stick to one language, make things, streamline it, make it easy. And really, they should have just left the French in Quebec and left the rest of Canada English, because that's really the way it is out here. I don't know that there's an enclave of anybody that speaks French out here in Edmonton. Well, actually, there is one little community where they all congregate together. Pretty close to where I live here too. But yeah, it's a thing where if it's good enough for them, well, why isn't it good enough for us? And if Quebec threatens separation and they get a whole bunch of perks out of the federal government, well, listen to what I'm saying. Why shouldn't we threaten? Did you hear my word? Threaten to separate. Why shouldn't we threaten to separate? Maybe we'll get the same perks that they get in Quebec. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? I didn't say that we are going to separate. I said threaten to separate, just like Quebec threatens to separate all the time. And they get a lot of perks from the federal government, right? Don't you understand the scenario? Don't you understand what's really going on? I'm telling you right to your face exactly what's going on. And you're going, oh, you're treasonous, treason this, treason that, blah, 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 blah. No, all we're doing is we want a better deal out of Confederation, really, honestly. If all we get out of threatening to become independent is to basically get more out of Confederation, then why shouldn't we be doing that? Because right now we're absolutely getting ripped off, okay? Because a lot of the money is flowing out of Alberta out to Ontario and Quebec, right where you live. And of course you're mad living in Ontario. You Ontarians are all pissed off because you're losing automotive jobs to Trump, so you're pissed off at Trump. You're pouring booze down the drain because Doug Ford, your mayor, your premier, doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You can't buy American bourbon booze because Doug Ford has taken it off of the shelves. You can't buy any of that American booze that you so love to drink. So you're pissed off. You're just pissed off. Pissed off at the whole world. Face it. Meanwhile, we're over here going, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. I think we'll separate. So that's what's going on. Hey, and I've signed the plebiscite. And when it comes to the vote, I will absolutely vote to separate. Absolutely. And if it happens, hey, good for Alberta. Good for Alberta. That's all I can say, because you guys took advantage of Alberta for all this time. And you know what? We've had enough. Enough is enough. So at the end of the day, you lose and we win huge. We win big time. the amount of money we'll be like Qatar, you know, we're one of those Arab countries over there that is just trying to survive because of Israel bombing them, or not. Well, they're not bombing those countries, but whatever. Got into a war with Iran, and Iran is bombing them. But yeah, we'll be living high on the hog here with lots of dough. And, you know, I'll be able to buy a brand new motor for my boat. By the way, I have a boat. Did you hear about that? I've got a new motor boat. Well, not a new one, but a $200 boat. But, you know, you'll be surprised what $200 will buy you. Really, honestly. You'll see my $200 boat. Just remember that. Tommy Temper has a $200 boat, and you'll see that boat this summer. And I'll have it out on the lake there. I just bought a new bimini for it. You know what a bimini is? It's the cover. It's the, you know, it's like the big long shade thing that you know, set up over top of the boat for when you're out there in the direct sunlight. Yeah, well, I bought a brand new bimini for it, and we're going to be putting that on it and getting it all prepped up. It'll be all painted up. I bought a brand new stereo radio in there, so we'll be able to be listening to some tunes as we're out on the lake fishing and stuff like that. So it's going to be fun. We're going to be having fun in Alberta, down there at Sylvan Lake, out there with Queenie. I don't know if Queenie wants to come for a boat ride there this summer, but that would be dicey. I don't know about that. That would be dicey if Queenie came on the boat there. It might not be a good scene. Might get into a fight or something like that on the water, and someone would have to get turfed overboard. Or worse. Yeah, I know. Masad, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, Masad, that's not nice. Jeepers. Jeez. Holy jeez. Oh. Oh, geez. Can't believe you said that. Hit that link.
Out in Alberta, where the Rockies rise, Tommy Temper streaming, lighting up the skies. From the lake house, chilling, hot tub, steaming hot. He's dropping truth bombs, giving all he's got. Talking politics, conspiracies, and news. Trolls in the chat, but they can't confuse. Conservative heart with the mic drop flair. Tommy's got the world tuning in from everywhere. Tommy Temper, YouTube king, rocking the streams, hear the people sing. Super chat popping.
Thank you very much for watching. You're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper, the guy that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Apparently everybody else is smarter than me. Apparently.
Multi-stream master, restreams his game. Man, Tafer's calling, but he's fanning the flame. Mustang Cobra GT roaring down the road. E-bike cruising, yeah, he's breaking the code. Independence flows like the mountain streams. Tommy's got the vision, living out his dreams. From the latest news to the wildest fights, he's sparking the baits under starry night. Tommy
I need something to drink.
YouTube king, rocking the streams, hear the people sing. Super chat popping, channel memberships.
Oh, I found something.
Alberta's proud, some respected evermore. Respected evermore. Respected evermore. Worldwide they watch from near and far. Tommy's got the vibe, he's a streaming star. Trolls try to trip him, but he's standing tall. Mic drop moment, yeah, he's got it all. Hot tub sessions, lake house in the glow. Rocky Mountain spirit, where the free winds blow. He's calling out the noise, keeping it real. Tommy Temper's heart is made of steel. Tommy Temper, YouTube king, rocking the streams, hear the people sing. Super chat popping, channel memberships soar. Alberta's proud, some respected evermore.
Yeah, the stream is sponsored by CJ.
stealing the show.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of spirits, where's everyone? Come on, you guys. You know what? When I was in Iran, we actually were driving down the street. We pulled up to this, place. It was almost like a A&W. Remember in the old days where they'd come up to your window and they'd ask you what you want and they'd bring you stuff? Well, we actually ordered kebab with beer, right? And they brought the beer right up to our car window, right? And we were drinking beer, eating kebab right in the car, believe it or not. The driver and the passenger, like really. That's what it was like in Iran before the Ayatollah took over, okay? It was like nice. It was fun. It was great. Iran was like it was even better than Canada, right? Like in Canada, you couldn't order beer and have them bring it to your car and drink it. But in Iran, we could do that, and we did that. And after that, we drove up to the university, and we hung out with the students at the university, and we sang songs like some Mick Jagger, Rolling Stone stuff, whatever. And we had lots of fun. It was fun. Great time. But now it's changed. Now you can't even drink booze, never mind have it brought to your car to drink. And if you were a woman back then, you didn't have to wear a hijab. You could wear a miniskirt if you wanted to. But now, forget it. Holy jeez, you'd be in big trouble. In fact, you'd probably be like they've done to 40,000 people already in the country, which is craziness. Absolutely craziness. Oh, wow. These things happen, though. Come on. Okay, well, if nobody wants to come up on the panel, it's getting to be late here already. And but maybe I'll be back later then if nobody wants to come up here. Otherwise, come on up in the panel. Masad, get up here. Talk about the Israeli war here going on here. I want to hear your side of things, Masad. So hit that link and we can hear what's going on for you with the war. What do you think of the war? We know that you're the Mossad, Israeli Mossad type thing. So, if you come on up here. Yeah, no, Tommy. Yeah, real Red, Mama. No, don't tell Red to come up here. No, I don't want Red coming up here. Last time he was saying the N-bomb and stuff like that. So I banned him off of coming on my chat if he's somewhere listening, which I know Red always listens to hear what's going on because he goes, "Oh, Tommy Tipper, oh, that you had that guy on there. That guy was worse than me. He said so many N-bombs." Then he's even worse than me. And who can be worse than me? Probably nobody, but that guy was bad. Yeah, he was bad. Don't you know? Okay, everyone, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay, what's on my soundboard here that's interesting? Okay, let's play Guess That Old TV Show. Okay, we're going to play Guess That Old TV Show. I'll play a couple of bars of a theme song to a TV show, and you tell me what the name of the TV show is, okay? There's a few people that know these ones really well because these are really old TV shows, okay? 77. Oh, that was a dead giveaway right there. You'd know that one right away. I used to watch that show when I was a kid, but it wasn't all that popular. Maybe it was only 1 year that one was on. But anybody guess what that name of that TV show was? That one's people always have a hard time getting that one, only because it was a Rarely watched TV show. Rarely watched. I'll play it one more time. Anyone recognize this TV show? It's a really old TV show. Probably was black and white, and it was a long time ago. 77. There you go. That's actually part of the title of the show. 77. Anyone get it? Come on. You know what it is. 77 Sunset Strip. There you go. 77 Sunset Strip. There you go. Fence Lizard got it. Okay, there you go. First in the hoop there for Fence Lizard. Deb's Crazy Daily. I knew you came right out of nowhere there, Deb. You know all of these ones here. Okay, next one up. Oh, that one is so easy. Even I would get that one. Anybody would get that one because it got remade into like a cartoon series and stuff like that. Everybody knows that one. Deb's Crazy Daily. Oh, yeah. Batman for the win. Got lots of winners on that one there. Winner, chicken dinner. Okay, coming up number three. What's this one? Oh, that one. You might not get that one. Yeah, you'll get that one. I know Deb's Crazy Daily will get that one. Just like boom, like that. That one is so easy. In fact, on Prime. That show is on Prime, by the way. I've seen that over on Prime. No, that wasn't. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Not Addams Family. No, I'll play it one more time. Listen up. There you go. She should be able to get it that time. Come on. It's on Prime. Well, so is Addams Family, by the way. I've watched Addams Family on Prime. No, it is not the Munsters. No. But it's the right vintage. The vintage is right. But no, it wasn't Batman. How about this? It was sort of a series of they were kind of like scary type shows more than anything. What's the unadulterated irony? Where do you come up with that from? Holy, Kathleen Patterson. Canadian Trail outside the Parliament Hill supporting the Freedom Convoy. Oh, yeah. I was there. Outside of the Parliament when the convoy was there. So I definitely was there. But there you go. I think you might be the first one with the right answer. With Fence Lizard. Alfred Hitchcock was the winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Deb's Crazy Daily's got it there as well. There you go. There's a little more of that theme. That was the Alfred Hitchcock Hour would be the correct answer on that one. Okay, coming up next, here we go for number four. Guess this TV series. It's old. It's an oldie but a goodie, but these are all pretty easy to get. Anybody get it? Anybody get it yet before the music starts? Anybody remember that? That's a little bit tougher to get. I would never get that one, but I bet you there is somebody out there that knows that one. Okay, I'll play it one more time here. Let's see if anybody gets this. I'll play it a little bit longer this time. Listen up. Here it comes. It's coming. Dead giveaway there once the music started. It's huge. It's big. Who's going to be first to get that one? Come on, you guys. You got to be able to get that one. Come on. You heard the little bit of the music. Come on. You know it. Here it is one more last time. Come on. Hey, last queen. Welcome. Nobody got that one yet? Come on. Let's have a couple of guesses at least. Nobody got that theme music to that old-time TV show. Here, I'll play it one more time. Somebody will get it this time. It was not Godzilla. No, you're wrong, Bob Cox. You should get this one, though. Okay, I'll play it one more time. It's from England. It's an English TV series. Really popular. Oh, come on. Somebody's got to get that one. Let's go. Doctor Who. Mad and Peter for the win on that one. Hey. You must be from the UK, because really us people over here in North America, well, we didn't really watch that all that much. Not like a typical American series, but yeah, that was the theme song from Doctor Who. Doctor Who. Okay, here comes another one. This one is a really easy one. Okay, listen up to this one. Oh, yeah. I know who will get that one first. That'll be Deb's Crazy Daily. He's got to get that one. Come on. It's another real easy one there. A really, really easy one. Here it comes again. No, it was not Avengers. Not the Avengers. No. Oh, yeah. Deb's Crazy Daily for the win. Oh, yeah. Bewitched for the win. You got it. That was Deb's Crazy Daily coming in first on that one. I knew you would get that one, Deb, because I always play the same songs. You know, they're always the same TV shows. So if you're here the last time I did this, well, you just remember, yeah, okay, is it going to be Bewitched or whatever? Okay, up next. Because they're on my soundboard here. If you know, I wish I could show you, but I can't lift it up in the camera. But they're buttons on my soundboard here, right? So it's just, I've got them already programmed from the last time I was live. I just hit these buttons here. Okay, here it goes. We got three more to go. Oh, hang on. For whatever reason, Google started here. Okay, here's 3 more to go. Here we go. Oh, okay. How about that one? There's another real easy one there for you. And I don't know if they're on Prime. I think there's a movie on there with that is that one. Green Acres. You got that one right. You betcha. Oh, yeah. And who was the star of Green Acres? What was the woman's name? Do you remember? And she had a sister. Oh, was it actually her or was it her sister? I forget now. You'll probably be able to tell me. Yeah. Anyways, it was one of the two of them. Gabor. Okay. Hamilton Patty's got it in there. Zsa Zsa Gabor. But was it Zsa Zsa? Was she the one actually on the show? Zsa Zsa Gabor or Eva Gabor? Eva. I think it was Eva was her sister. Eva Gabor. Okay, sounding good. Anyways, Zsa Zsa. Hamilton says it was Zsa Zsa on there. Petticoat Junction. I don't know. That wasn't Petticoat Junction, was it? Oh, yeah. Oh, her sister was on Petticoat Junction? I don't know. Got me on that one. Okay, what about that one? What was that TV show? What was that one? Did you hear that one? I'll play it one more time. Okay. How about that one? That one sounded really close to Bewitched, you know. That one, I would have thought that was Bewitched. But what was that one? That one was one of my favorite TV shows because it starred a very sexy looking woman. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Real Red Mama for the win on that one. You got it. I Dream of Jeannie. There you go. Yeah. She was so hot when she'd come out of that. He would rub it a little bit, and she'd be right there. And you can't make that part of it up. Yeah. Okay. I still remember him rubbing it forever. Oh, my God. Okay. And the last one coming up. Coming up next, the last one. Here we go. What about that one? Oh, that was easy peasy. Remade. They remade that one in the probably 2010 or something like that. There's a remake of that TV show. But that was the original. You got it. 5-0. Yeah, looking good. Yo, looking good. Okay, that's it for the Tommy Tempered Guess That TV show segment here. And if I move the soundboard over to the next item here, we move it over to this. There, I'll just play the end of my show. It's the end. No, hang on. It's not the end yet. I'm having too much fun. Woo! We're still having fun, aren't you? Can we keep it going? This is like the Coast to Coast AM. See y'all later. Who's the promoter of the program here? We'll do our outgoing credits here. No, actually, I just switched my soundboard over to the next grouping, and that one happened to be there. So yeah, that was cool. I like it.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's this whole one here. Oh, what about this? What about this TV show?
Love and marriage.
Okay, I got one last one there. What was that TV show? Okay.
Love and marriage.
Yeah. Why that sexist show? You wouldn't be able to do that show in today's day and age. Actually, maybe you would. Oh, you know what? I get a strike, a music strike every time I play that one, even though it's only 7 seconds worth of audio. They hate it when I play that song. Unfortunately. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. I hate that because I'll do a show like 4 hours long with not one strike whatsoever, and then I'll play that song and then get a 7 seconds worth of that song, and I'll go, and then I'll fight it, and I'll win too, and I'll go, come on, it was only 7 seconds of that song. You guys told me I could play 8 seconds of some music without giving me a strike. So there you go. You're welcome. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I know. That's the way I feel too. Hey, where's that dog?
What the dog doing?
I know. Where's Brett? Oh, Brett's got a girlfriend. I can't play this for Brett anymore. Brett! By the way, I get a strike for playing that one there too. Just can't win. So, I don't know.
You can't touch this.
Oh, yeah. So I'll play that one instead. Whoa! Oh, yeah. Okay. I feel just like it's the good old days here again.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I am all out of gum.
Yeah, exactly. I am all out of gum. So it's time to kick ass. It's time to ban somebody. Hang on. Where's Catamus Rex? Where are you? Where are you hiding? Time to ban ya.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I am all out of gum.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Who's your daddy?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I know. I wondered myself. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'll tell you who.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
That's your daddy. That's your daddy. Oh, yeah.
It's called fake news.
The man
Fake
himself.
news. You are fake news. It's all fake news. Fake news.
I thought you
It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
trying to take out Iraq or
It's
Iran.
all fake news.
Iran. Pretty soon the Americans will have taken over every country in the Middle East. You know, Libya, Iraq, Iran. You know, or else you have a base on the rest of them. You know, all the rest of these United Emirates and Kuwait and Balzair, whatever, Balsac. I don't know. All kind of places. Maybe I shouldn't have had that straight grain alcohol. Stuff starts getting to you after a while. Cannabis Rex. Hang on. I forgot to ban Cannabis Rex out of my chat again here. So hang on. Let me take 10 seconds here to ban Cannabis Rex for being an idiot once again. So let me... Okay. Oh, it's not called ban. I'm not going to ban you, Rex. I'm just going to hide user on this channel. Okay. Boom. You're gone. You're gone. Notice that all of those messages are also gone by Cannabis Rex because you're being disrespectful. You know, you're just plain being disrespectful. You're bringing up stuff that is misinformation. And you're being disrespectful by trying to say things that are disrespectful, you know. So because of that, that's probably why I banned you in the first place. And I'll ban you again, right? So, you know, congratulations for lasting like about 1 hour in the chat before getting banned again. And, yeah. And if anyone else... knows what it's all about, like if you want to play the game, go ahead, play the game, but you're not going to win, especially against the guy whose channel that you're in. Okay. Hey, Ren, good to see you there, Ren. Nice to see you. How are you doing? What you doing? Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Oh, yeah. Breaking news, the United States has invaded Iran, and they're fighting it out there, duking it out there right now. I don't know. I'm on the air live here, so I don't know what's happened today. I just imagine that, you know, there's been a few missiles going this way and that way and a few drones going this way and that way. But you know, I don't know that the regime has been taken over yet. Not yet, anyway.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
Oh, special news. What kind of news? What are you talking about? Special news bulletin. I never heard about that. Whoa. Let's hear what's going on. Stand by. Here's the special news. Stand by.
Contracts over ethical concerns. Does this divide between AI companies over defense partnerships, is it to you signaling deeper issues in the industry?
Well, in the tech industry, it's kind of like any other industry, right? You have people who follow different philosophies. And I think that's that actually kind of highlights why it's important that we don't put all of our AI investment into just a couple of firms, because you can have these political shifts, you can have these...
Don't put all your
these
eggs in
events
one
take place,
basket.
and then you become beholden to these companies. We have an amazing startup industry in the United States. By far more advanced and more impressive of a startup industry than we have anywhere else in the world. And I think it'd be a shame for us not to invest in a larger range of companies so that if you do have moments like this where Anthropic says, hey, I don't want to be involved with XYZ, you might have another company that's just as good, maybe even better, that steps in and says, hey, I actually would love to take part in that. I think that you know, it's up to every company to decide what role they want to play in national defense. But by diversifying and, you know, giving lots of companies an opportunity, we don't have to worry about that.
A live look at the White House, the time in the nation's capital, 8:15. You're looking beyond
it's getting dark
conflict
out on the East Coast.
The use of advanced AI in war changing global power dynamics, and if it is, What could that mean for U.S. policy regarding AI in military operations?
It absolutely will. So in some ways, AI is it can give you more of an advantage than you had before. It's in the case of some advanced weaponry, but it can also level the playing field in some ways. If you have a large fleet of drones that can fly autonomously, that can matter a lot. If you have a smaller military, but they have more operational readiness, they have better sustainment.
So bright.
It doesn't matter if you have the world's largest.
My face is so
Air
bright.
Force. If only half of that Air Force is able to fly, someone who has half your Air Force, but the majority of it can fly, can actually keep up with you. There are things like that are going to start to shift the balance of power. And then there's also cyber attack capabilities where people typically think of cyber security and AI as two different things, but they're really not. When it comes to AI, which is mainly my focal area,
AI.
It's shocking actually how many attacks are possible. The breadth of attacks and the depth of attacks that are much more feasible now than they were in the past. And these cyber attacks are actually much easier to conduct with their use of AI than they were in the past, where you'd have to have a lot more people on your side. You'd have to have a lot more money to spend, for instance, or a lot more hours in the day.
Right.
You don't need that as much with AI agents. And I think that there's also different types of attacks than we've seen in the past. The ability to influence
I can write my own music.
Manufacturing processes that we long considered to be fully automated, that would be too complicated for a human to get involved in. Turns out that's not the case anymore, and AI is potentially going to exploit that. But at the same time, AI can also be the solution to fix that. So the important thing for America is stay up to date with AI. I'm glad this administration's investing in it, and I hope that they continue that and actually expand that investment to cover the
time's not real
of AI investment that'll ultimately keep us in the position that we're in moving into the 21st century.
I understand that what I'm about to ask sounds a bit ironic, but how much
AI
don't
traffic
we
cam
know about how the military is using artificial intelligence?
Without
hard
saying
pay
anything that I'm not able to share publicly, my hunch would be that we probably overestimate the amount that the military is using artificial intelligence. I think that what we say on a daily basis is that there are companies who make toys, who make bicycles, who make foreign cars that adopt AI faster than I believe a lot of our government does. And so I would actually hope that our government would catch up. I think there are some exceptional cases where our government actually leads the charge in technology, but for every one of those, there are countless more examples where the government is catching up to industry. So I don't really fall for that to believe there's a massive conspiracy that the government has AI that is light years ahead of what industry.
Hey, when you guys win the war,
one or two cases like that, but for the
give me my little chunk of desert, okay?
Appreciate the insight here. Paul Powers is
I want my little chunk of desert back.
And CEO of the company, is also a cybersecurity expert.
That I bought.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And got taken over by Ayatollah.
Right, what we're going to do is we're going to hit a quick commercial break. We've been taking a live look at the White House. We're going to be checking in with Fox's Asher Red in a moment here.
Oh.
He's in New York City. We're going to be tracking
Is he at the White House?
how U.S. officials.
There's nothing going on at the White House tonight.
Everything that we've been tracking.
Unless Trump is there.
4 days in the Middle East. Our coverage continuing in a moment.
Wow, we got fighting going on between Red Mama and Hard. Don't be so hard. Don't be hard, okay? Be nice. Okay, what's next on my board here?
And by the way, I sit on the stand.
Oh, you know what? When I play that, I get a strike from Biden, believe it or not. He has that little bit copyright because it's him saying, when a little boy sits on my lap, he actually copyrighted that so that people don't play it. Because if you do play it, you'll get a strike. Can you believe that Biden would actually do that? Yeah, well, he did, because I played that bit, and I got a strike for playing it, believe it or not. Really, honestly. Biden. Mr. Nobody, Biden. Couldn't even be president without having an auto pen, and yet he's going to give me a strike for playing his bit about a kid sitting on his lap. I guess if you don't like what you said, you can always copyright it so that people don't repeat it, right? Or is that going to shut people up? No, it's not. Not going to happen.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
That's right. Joe Biden.
Do you suffer from a lack of a father figure?
Oh, no.
I'm sexy and I know it.
Oh, yeah. I think we are. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that'll definitely get me a strike. That'll get me a strike. I know. Okay, there you go. Okay, I better not be playing all this sexy stuff on here because be getting Mossad all rung up there. You sitting in your underwear there tonight? Oh,
sexy and I know it.
Come on, put some pants on. Put some clothes on there. Don't just sit there in your underwear. Oh, yeah, ladies.
Feels so good.
Oh, yeah, it feels... What? Feels so good. Oh, yeah. Ladies. How does that make you feel when I play that? Listen up, ladies.
Feels so good.
Oh, yeah. Is that Al Munson? That kind of sounds a bit like Al Munson. Really, honestly. I released him from the gas tank, so he's out. Al is out trying to go get you girls going there. He's going to be doing a live. He doesn't even turn the lights on. This is Al Munson. He doesn't even turn the lights on when he goes live. This should be his theme song.
Feels so good.
Yeah, that's funny. Can't make this shit up. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Anyone got something to smoke? No. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I meant vape. Jeez, doesn't get any worse than that. Oh my God. It's getting dark outside, by the way. I noticed. Actually, it looks brighter in my camera than it does looking out the actual window, but it's starting to get dark out here. Not quite as dark as where Trump is there. Hang on. Let's hear Trump.
Detection facilities at all left. They're going to be in for a lot of hurt.
Oh.
And meanwhile, gas prices
I missed the bit.
Iran threatens to attack ships
Trump
if they
was
cross
on
the
there.
Strait of Hormuz. About 20% of the world's daily oil trade passes through that
Yikes.
strait. Now, AAA says the price of regular gasoline jumped 11 cents overnight.
Whoa.
And experts say it could climb even higher as the weeks drag on. Austin?
Higher.
Red reporting for us live in New York
Gonna
City.
pay 11 cents more a gallon. Hell, we're paying like 20 cents more a liter.
Al is the host of
That ain't nothing.
podcast. He's also a national security analyst and a retired Marine intelligence officer.
And we
Hal,
actually
I
pull the
have been
oil
watching,
right out of the ground here just north of where I live here. And meanwhile, they're jacking up our prices here because some ship can't cross the Gulf or whatever it is there, the strait over by Iran. So you may as well jack up the price in all of North America. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's all bullshit. We're being lied to. It's a big lie. $20. Wow, where'd that come from? Holy shit. Somebody just gave me a big
that I have here, Hal. I'm gonna just read
a big
one from
super chat there.
One from
that's going to go out and buy a spliff
slammed into a parking
with
lot
that.
outside the U.S.
Enjoy the shit show. The shit show. Yeah, exactly. Real Mama for the win. Well, this show is sponsored by Real Red Mama and CJ. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
But are these types of events reminders?
Thank you very much for the entry, and thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. Wow, that's nice. I should actually go out and buy a joint with that or something, Seeing as I live up here in Canada, you can legally do that. can go to the beer store or go to the cannabis store. It's like take your pick, whatever is the best of the two evils. I guess you're going to go out there and buy. But no, I won't do that. Because I've got my Everclear right here. You saw me. I was having a swig of my Everclear right here, which is pure grain alcohol, 190 proof. What? You got to be kidding me. 190? Holy shit. That stuff's like moonshine. Actually, I use this to like do some cleaning. When I want to clean the toilet, this here makes really good toilet cleaner, like it gets all that stuff out of the toilet bowl that you can't hardly get out with the brush all by itself. So I just pour a little bit of that in there, and holy jeez, works like a hot damn. I'm not making it up either. But thank you very much for that super chat. I do appreciate that. Real Red Mama, a great supporter of the show, the blah show. And we're loving it. We're having fun here. We're watching bombs go off and, war footage and stuff like that. And just having fun with my soundboard here.
During the war on terror, we didn't have to worry too much about air defense because the terrorists didn't have anything to hit us with.
What?
And then ISIS towards, in the latter teens started using El Cheapo drones, basically personal drones to do
El Cheapo drones
stuff. But now we've seen drone stuff just take off.
Yeah.
And pardon the expression. And
now they're like more than El Cheapo.
This is a huge part of warfare, and it is, and
oh yeah,
across the entire spectrum.
It's the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have really worked on that whole drone business there, and they make all these different kind of drones, and now you've got drones that have the newest ones are the ones that have, get this, they've got the fiber, right? Where it has a spool of fiber on the actual drone, and it unspools the fiber, which the other part of it is connected back to the controller, the guy that's operating it, and the fiber is the way they're actually running these things now. That way you can't jam it or anything else. So the optical fiber optic, controlled or run by fiber optics. 10 gift subs. Wow. Appreciate that. Who gave us the 10 gifted subs? I really love that. Wow. And Brett Boyle gave me the $2 super chat. Hey. I got 5 infused joints for 25. Calm down. Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Brett. Yeah, that's why you were kind of a little bit chilled out there, I noticed there. Last Queen Standing gave us the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Last Queen Standing, Brenda. Wow. Big ups to you there. Thanks a lot. Let's see who actually got that. Let's see. Brenda is a new member. Look at that. Ren is a new member. I see that. Let's see. Shadow Scout Swede is a new member. Friend of the people. Got that membership. Looking good. And more. Everybody. Lots of people there. Wow. Fence Lizard is taking off. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for popping in there, Fence Lizard. See you. We got Third Eye in there. Hey, nice to see you. Nice to see you in the chat. Big ups to you there as well. Voltaire is in there. Outflanked is Wild. Good old Voltaire. Looking good. Thank you very much. Real good. Really appreciate that. The donations to the channel are much appreciated. Do appreciate everything. I'm actually in my studio that is located in Sylvan Lake. I'm trying to build it up, so I want to buy a stream deck, that has the keys on it that you can punch up different sounds and stuff like that. I need I need all my sounds down there. I actually need like to get a different Roadcaster. Is that what you call this thing? Roadcaster Pro 2. Yeah, I want to upgrade a little bit of the stuff that I have down there so that it will do a little better job there. So I do appreciate any donations to the channel. I'll be spending it on some well-deserved equipment for the setup in Sylvan Lake. So thank you very much for that. That helps me out a little bit. Or yeah, we'll be doing more streaming. It brings a tear to my eye almost. You know, it's like cool. I really appreciate that. I appreciate it. I love it. Okay. This is. Huh? Oh. Oh. That's some of my friends in Iraq and Iran and all of those Arab countries over there. Salam alaikum. It's like, hello, how are you? Or in Iran proper, in Persian, you want to say Khoda Hafez, which means may God be with you. Something like that. Not something like that. Exactly like that. This program is sponsored by everybody that donated to the program. Thank you very much. It brings it's like makes my throat dry and brings a tear to my eye, so to speak.
Once again, Tommy Tempo wins and the trolls lose big time.
Especially Catamus Rex. You lost big time because you got banned from the channel. I brought you back only to ban you again. But guess what? Al Munson is not banned because he didn't say anything bad. In fact, he never even... Maybe is Al Munson work? Maybe he's working or something. I don't know. But he never showed up in the chat there. So be it. Wow, we got last queen standing, Brenda, gifted 10 memberships and another 10 memberships. 20 memberships to the channel. Unfrickin' believable. I don't believe it. Thank you very much, Brenda.
Go crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy.
Oh, man.
Go stupid.
Can't make this up.
Go crazy. A little bit.
Loving it. Loving it. Can't make this stuff up. We already went through that board. I'm running out of boards to go through here. Oh, yeah.
Who's your daddy?
Oh, we already heard that one. Okay. How about this one? Hang on. Is that from a game show? Hang on. How about this one? Oh, hang on. Name this game show. What game show was that? Okay, name this game show. Anyone know that one? It was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You got it. You got it. Thank you very much. Lots of people got that one. The Newlywed Game, yeah. The Newlywed Game. Yeah, I remember that show. That was funny. I used to like watching that, the Newlywed Game, where it was the Newlywed Game was a show, in case you weren't around back then, where you'd get these two people that were just newly married, you know, and then they would separate them, and then they would and like they'd have the girl up there, the lady, the wife, and they'd ask her some questions about him, you know, like which way does he like putting the toilet paper on the roll, you know, with the flippy part towards you or behind, you know. You'd ask questions like that that you probably would not be able to answer because you don't know that person well enough, you know, like all kind of questions like that. And that was the premise of the show, which of course it was stupid and funny, you know, So that's why it kind of went over for about one season. And then I don't know what happened to it, but yeah, I used to love watching that. The Newlywed Game. Of course, I wasn't married back then. So I probably liked watching it because I was hoping that I might get married one day and have to, have questions like that asked of me or something. If I ever went on the show, that is. But, you know how that goes. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. You can't make it up. And it's a gong show. Remember the Gong Show? No, it's a clown show. It's a clown show, actually, is what that one all was. Yeah, boy. Oh, yeah. We're trying to have fun here tonight. It's a fun, as the sun sets. It's actually dark out there. The lights are on outside already. They come on. You can see in that building way over there, the lights are on. And it's pretty much dark there. Car went by. You can see it's got its lights on. Oh, here comes another little car there. They're just weaseling down the road there in the snowbank. That guy almost hit a snowbank. That dude. But thanks a lot, Brett, for the super chat. Do appreciate that. And all of those these things here. Appreciate that. Gifted subs, memberships there to the channel. Do appreciate that. There's a guy by the name of Ryan Jesperson. He should come over here and buy a membership to my chat. I bought one over in his channel there, and then he timed me out. I kind of feel like Brett, right? Where Brett buys a membership to my channel, and then somebody goes and bans him from my channel, and I don't even realize it. And until I went and checked the tank there to see who's in there, and there's old Brett. He's not just timed out, but banned right out of the frickin' smithereens of the channel. I don't know what the hell's with people, but don't do that. If somebody's a paying member of the channel, the last thing you want to do is ban them. That's not very cool. Don't want that to be happening. You want for good things to happen. Where's my panel? Where's the panel? It's like I dropped the link for free Palestine. Okay, gotcha, Brett. Free the Palestinians. Let those Palestinians get free. But, I dropped a link to the panel, and Brett was the only one with enough balls to pop up here and, say stuff to me, whatever. He got his little bit off his mind there, which he forced me to listen to everything he said there. And, doesn't matter if I believe you or not. You still got to say what you wanted to say. So maybe you convince somebody else out there that what you have to say is relevant. For me, it's just, hey, I'm here for fun. This is a fun channel. We're trying to have some fun. We're just hanging out, doing our thing. It's I wish I could play music here. Maybe we can. Maybe we should turn it into a music thing. But then I'll get 2,000 strikes, and then the channel will be, or the stream will be blacklisted if I do that. What I should do is I should drop the stream and start a new one, and then have new music and everything else in here. How about that? And also get rid of that vertical stream that I'm doing there, and we can bring the other stuff on there. Hang on. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop the stream, but I'm going to bring it right back up again. Give me about 15 minutes, and then I will get everything all set up, and I'll get the stream going, and we'll play some music. Okay, we'll have a music stream where you can do some of your favorite songs and stuff like that, and have a bit of fun, because I have the link up here for people to pop on, but nobody wants to pop on here. And I don't want to ruin this stream by playing a bunch of copyright music. I'd rather drop the stream, start a brand new one, and then play copyright music. And if my stream gets taken down, it's going to be like, oh, well, no big deal, because it's a copyright music stream. Let's do that. So watch for a new stream to come on here. I will definitely bring one back on here in a little bit. So give us a chance. I'll play my outro here, and then I'm going to drop the stream. Give me about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll start up a brand new stream. Okay? So see you later. Thanks a lot for all the super chats and the channel memberships and everything else. Thanks, everyone. I will come back. And we'll make it a music stream and Wow. What's this? New one coming in here from ABD saying, in celebration of my engagement to my wonderful fiance, Chef, and my beautiful new granddaughter, Elowin. Oh, congratulations. ABD, congratulations. Thanks a lot for the super chat. I appreciate that. And we'll leave that up on the way out here, okay? And I will, like I said, start up a new stream in about 10 minutes or so. But otherwise, everyone, stand by.
Breaking news, it tempers again. Everybody's mad online. Parliament's debating while the comment section's losing minds. Protests in the streets tonight, banners in the rain. Tommy grabs the microphone and tries to stay sane. Left side shouting, right side too. Everybody's certain that their headline's true, but somewhere in the noise another page. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where the facts get checked and the jokes get better. From Canada out to the world's wild weather, we talk it out, maybe laugh together. Yeah, the chaos rolls, but we still remember. Keep your cool with Tommy Temper. Convoys rolling, speeches fly, cameras everywhere. Experts arguing nightly like it's political warfare. When Tommy pours another coffee, smiles at the scene, says common sense still fits somewhere in between. Trending topics, outrage storm, everyone declaring the new world norm. But reason sneaks, spasm and a folding chair. Welcome to Tommy Temper. News and nonsense mixed together. Serious talk, but light as a feather. Laugh through storms, we can't control forever. When tensions rise, just regroup and center. Tune it in with Tommy Temper. Take a breath, check the source. Debate without going full force. Disagree, but keep it clever. We're all riding this ride together. Welcome to Tommy Temper, where calm survives the loudest pressure. Truth with humor, that's the measure. Making sense of the global theater. News gets wild, but hearts stay gentler. Stay reasonable with Tommy Temper. Remember, folks, if everybody's yelling, somebody's got to bring snacks and logic.
And that would be ABD.